Alrighty, I apologize. We had some technical difficulties this morning. The time is 9:15. We're going to call this meeting into order. City Clerk, can you please take roll call?
Certainly. Councilmember Karbasi.
Here.
Councilmember Arias. Not in the chamber just yet. Councilmember Chavez.
Here.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Here.
Councilmember Esparza.
Present.
Vice President Perea.
Here.
And Council President Maxwell.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, City Clerk. Next is the invocation. I'm asking everyone to stand for the invocation, which will be led by Pastor Jim Franklin, and to remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be administered by Councilmember Bredefeld.
Right now.
There we go. Thank you. Thank you for this day that you have given us here in the valley. Thank you for those who sat here on this council. Lord, we ask today that you give them wisdom, you'd grant them your mercy and your grace, give them the direction, Lord God, we pray. We look to you as the author and the finisher of our faith. We give you praise now in Christ's name. Amen. God bless.
All right, thank you, everybody. Thank you, Pastor Franklin. City Clerk, are there any changes or items removed from today's agenda?
Yes, I do have a few changes. First, I'd like to announce that on today's agenda, we also have continued budget hearings. We also have Spanish, Hmong, and Punjabi interpreters available via Zoom, and Spanish translators in the House. In the back corner, see Alfredo if you need that assistance. We also have changes to the agenda. Consent calendar item 1W, that is file ID 23932, regarding authority to terminate the agreement with BW Industries, Inc. Councilmember Arias was added as a co-sponsor. Consent calendar item 1L, that is file ID 23891, regarding the North Fresno wastewater reclamation facility. That was removed from the agenda by staff and tabled to June 15th. General Administration Item 3A, that is file ID 23912, regarding the agreement with Bakeman Water Company. That was removed from the agenda by staff and tabled to June 15th. Then we have item 4A, that is file ID 23923, regarding the naming of the Police Regional Training Center the Jerry P. Dyer Regional Police Training Center. That is subject to mayoral veto. Not likely to be vetoed, though. Then we also have items that were moved from the consent calendar to the contested consent calendar for further discussion. And the first one is 1C, that is file ID 23860, approval of a consultant services contract with Gaytech Medical Corporation and 1582 LLC for annual physicals for the fire department. That was moved to the contested consent calendar by Councilmember Arias. Then we have consent calendar item 1D, that is file ID 23817, regarding the approval of a purchase contract to Bauer Compressions, Inc. for MSA G1 self-contained breathing apparatus for the fire department. Moved to contested consent calendar by Councilmember Arias. Then we have consent calendar item 1G, that is file ID 23851, actions pertaining to a water connection to serve Three Palms Mobile Home Park. That was moved to the contested consent calendar by Councilmember Arias. And finally, we have consent calendar item 1N, that is file ID 23902, regarding an agreement for professional engineering services with Quadnoff Inc. of Fresno. That was moved to the contested consent calendar by Council President Maxwell. And I have no further changes.
Thank you. I'm going to take it to my colleagues now to see if they have additional changes to the agenda, starting with Councilmember Carbasi.
No.
Arias.
Council President, I'd like to table item 4A as an apple to a future meeting.
I make a motion to keep it on.
Second.
Have a motion to keep on item 4A on today's agenda in a second. Take it to a vote at this time. Anybody opposed?
Opposed?
Raise your hand.
Do roll call.
Certainly, roll call vote. Yes.
Can you
will-
clarify what the motion is on the floor, clerk?
The motion is to keep item 4A on the agenda. Motion by Council President Maxwell, second by Councilmember Carbasi. So a yes vote will keep the item on, a no vote is to keep the item off.
Yes, to keep it on.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Yes, to keep it on.
Councilmember Arias.
No to remove it.
Councilmember Chavez.
I'd like a little more time, so no.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza.
Nay.
Vice President Perea. And Council President Maxwell.
Yes.
All right, the motion fails 4-3, so the item has been removed.
Anything else, Councilmember Arias? Councilmember Chavez? Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes, I'd like to pull for contested item 1O and 1T.
One O as in ocean and 1T as in Tom. Anything else, Councilmember Bredefeld?
No.
Councilmember Esparza? No. Council Vice President Perea? City Clerk, I had previously pulled item 1N as in Nancy to the contested consent. I'd like to instead continue it to June 15th.
To June 15th?
Yes.
Sir.
Okay, I don't see any other changes to the agenda. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended? No, you do it now. Yeah. Is there any recusals?
I need to recuse myself from 1N and 1O because Quadnoff is a consulting firm that is a source of income for me, and then I wanted to cast a no vote on 1U.
City Clerk, you got all that?
Sure did.
Okay. All right, is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended? Motion by Chavez and a second by Arias. Any opposition?
I'm a no vote.
One opposition, passes 6-1. All right, that will take us to today's ceremonial presentations. We have just two today. The first one is a proclamation for Pride Month, which will be sponsored by Vice President Perea.
check, check. Yeah, I'm going to ask anyone who feels comfortable coming up, whether you're from the community, whether you're an ally, everyone is welcome. Glad to see the council members have stayed, most. All right, so as we enter the month of June, Pride Month, I think it's important to start by recognizing that Pride is 365. And although we are taking extra time to recognize our community this month, it's important to know that the work does not stop beyond this month, and I think we all realize that. I don't want to go too negative here, but our community has been under attack, not just here in the city of Fresno, but it transcends to the nationwide, international, to the point where the HRC has declared a state of emergency. And so I don't take it lightly being the first out LGBTQ city council member. Even though I might be the voice in many cases, it's the people up here that are putting in the blood, sweat, and tears behind the work that we do every single day. Because while it's important to honor the progress that's been made, it's extremely clear that we still have a lot of work to do to get to a place where we all feel safe. And so while I'm proud to be here to recognize LGBTQ plus Pride Month in the city of Fresno, I also want to be very cognizant and verbalize that our work continues. And it's important to know that your city supports you, we hear you, and we're going to be doing everything we can moving forward to continue to hold dialogues, to continue to come together and share ideas and really learn from one another. I still have a lot to learn. I still am looking forward to growing relationships with all of you and doing more as a city to stand up for our community. Flag raisings are great, and we do have one tomorrow morning. But what's more important is the work that happens after we all go home from that flag raising ceremony. And so I do want to invite you all to stand in solidarity with all of us tomorrow at 10 a.m. We're going to be right out here for the Pride flag raising ceremony. And I want to pass this, there you go. I want to pass this off to Socorro Santian, who is with Planned Parenthood.
I'm going to make this short just because I want to make sure that the space is, available to our folks here who are from our LGBTQ community. I'm, fortunate to be here with them as an ally, but definitely don't want to take the space. One thing I did want to mention is that, last night we were in community in Madera receiving the Pride Proclamation there. And this is the third year that the city has made the proclamation. And I can tell you that what Fresno does not go unnoticed by other communities, and that you, City Council, lead by as an example. When we had our supporters speaking about the need, not just for a proclamation, but the flag raising, one of the things that kept coming up was Fresno is doing this, Fresno is doing that. And whenever we need to be represented, we're heading to Fresno. Madera needs to follow in the footsteps of Fresno and make sure that our communities are being taken care of. And I wanted you all to know that, because what you do in this building is so important, and it impacts the entire Central Valley. Thank you.
Hi there, thank you, Annalisa. And on behalf of Fresno Rainbow Pride and Community Link, we want to thank the City Council for their continued support and partnership, and for growing a stronger relationship with Fresno's LGBTQ plus community. Clearly, we have a long way to go, noting the empty chairs in the room, my district included. We are encouraged, however, by the willingness of the city to be present and hold a space for organization like ours at the table. Allyship is everything. Visible allyship is key. This proclamation and tomorrow's flag raising, it's not just a welcome site, but it is a necessary site. Visible support can mean the difference between hope and hopelessness, and just knowing that we are there, that you are there, and that you support can save lives. There are kids in our community that think it would be easier to be dead than be gay in some communities, and just seeing a flag or seeing themselves represented in some way and supported in some way could mean saving their lives. So we appreciate you, Annalisa. We appreciate the supportive council members, which I am taking note of as I look across the room. I'm obviously hello. But anyway, thank you, and thank you again.
Hey everybody, Jennifer Cruz from Fresno UC LGBTQ+ Resource Center. I'm the manager. I have an awesome staff. I want to say thank you to the city and Annalisa for leading the charge. We appreciate the support. I echo everything that everyone has said about visibility, about hope that pride flags flying in our city represent to people. We work every day in the center with folks who need the support. And we are saving lives by allowing that to be a space for them to come and receive services for the entire community. The Human Rights Campaign has issued a national state of emergency for LGBTQ people in the United States. Hope and visibility with flags and proclamations is awesome. We're doing the work all these folks are doing the work after the fact, after the flag raisings to support the community. And next is support with allocation of funds. So I look forward to seeing that soon. Thank you.
Ooh, we could go on for days, but it's my honor to hereby proclaim that the month of June 2023 is LGBTQ Pride Month in the city of Fresno. So City Clerk, will you please read the proclamation?
Certainly. Whereas the City Council of Fresno recognizes and proclaims the month of June 2023 as lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer LGBTQ Pride Month. And whereas Fresno joins Community Links Fresno Rainbow Pride and communities throughout the Central Valley to observe Pride Month with a pride flag raising ceremony to honor the history of the LGBTQ liberation movement and to support the rights of all citizens to experience equality and freedom from discrimination. And whereas the progressive pride flag is widely recognized as an inclusive symbol of pride and support for marginalized LGBTQ+ communities of color and the transgender community, reaffirming that all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. And whereas LGBTQ+ individuals have made significant contributions to cultural, civic, and economic success of our city, state, and country. And whereas the City of Fresno is committed to supporting visibility, dignity, and equality for LGBTQ+ people. While society at large increasingly supports LGBTQ+ equality, it is essential to acknowledge that the need for education and awareness remains vital to end discrimination and prejudice. And whereas celebrating Pride Month annually fosters awareness and reaffirms support and advocacy for Fresno's LGBTQ+ community and is an opportunity to take action and engage in dialogue to strengthen alliances, build acceptance, and advance equal rights. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the progressive pride flag will be raised at Fresno City Hall on June 9th in recognition of all LGBTQ+ residents who make Fresno a vibrant city in which to live, work, and visit, and we encourage all Californians to join us in doing so. Be it further resolved that we, Council Vice President Annalisa Perea, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim June 2023 as LGBTQ+ Pride Month in the city of Fresno.
Thank you to my 6 colleagues for being here.
All right, up next for our second proclamation of the day, we have Hugo Morales Day, which will be sponsored by Councilmember Arias.
Thank you to my 5 colleagues for being here.
Thank you, Council President. This morning I have the pleasure of recognizing one of our longtime constituents of the city of Fresno and a man and a legend in Hugo Morales. I'll tell you a little bit about Hugo, but the proclamation does most of the history telling. First, he was recently, on May 25th, provided as the first indigenous Mexican to receive an honorary doctorate from Harvard University, his alma mater. Congratulations. Hugo co-founded Radio Bilingüe, the largest Latino public radio network in the United States. It operates 25 stations in California, Colorado, Arizona, New Mexico, and Texas, with 75 affiliate stations in the United States and Mexico. And for those of you who don't know Radio Bilingüe, it's actually a way where folks were communicating between relatives in the US and Mexico before the development of social media platforms. It was one of the few ways where people can wish somebody a happy birthday or a hello was by the network itself. And this network has also been a huge civic asset for the Mixteco, the indigenous, and the Latino community across multiple states and across countries. What folks really also don't know about Hugo, is besides being a resident of Fresno, is that he's a father of twins, which is another honor, and I hope your kids are doing well. With that, I wanted to give Mr. Morales an opportunity to talk about Radio Bilingüe, the contributions of the station, its role in this community, but more importantly also to share some of the highlights of what Radio Bilingüe is. Mr. Morales?
Well, thank you very much, Councilman Marias. This is a surprise and a real honor. I never thought that I would get a day proclamation. My God, this is incredible. But what I want to say is that Radio Bilingüe was not just founded by myself. Gloria Hernandez, could you come up, Gloria? She was a co-founder of Radio Bilingüe way back in 1976 when I put flyers all over Chinatown asking if anybody wanted to build a Latino community radio bilingual to give me a ring. At that time, I was a part-time lecturer at Fresno State in the Raza Studies Department. And Gloria, among others, answered the call. So, Gloria Hernandez, and she became a board member. Anybody that showed up to that meeting became a board member. That's how selective we were. Right, Gloria? So thanks to her and others were here. And then also, the work of Radio Bilingüe was teamwork. We had Maria Araña here, we have Chuya, we have Jose Moran, and others who were, tending the shop. We're on 24/7. They couldn't be here, but also we've had over 2,000 volunteers, mostly youth, that we've trained over the years to empower them to lift their voices. And that's part of what we do. So I want to thank all of them, and also the Latino community in general for the generosity of listening and participating. And one of the other things that Radio Bilingüe has also been part of is the arts. We run the most popular, democratic, and accessible mariachi festival in the United States for many years, up until about 10 years ago. It was no longer viable, considering how much we had to pay to fill an arena. So I hope that in the future we can bring that back with maybe the support of the city. And also I would think that I would ask the city council members to also take note of the implementation of Measure P. Radio Bilingüe was among many other organizations who worked very, very hard for the parks support and also for the arts. And I would hope that it is implemented as it is written in the statute for being equitable, accessible, to reflect the diversity of our community, ethnic diversity, linguistic diversity, and also that in the parks, in the arts, consideration be given to the most challenged economically. So thank you very much, and I just want to thank my staff, incredible staff and volunteers, and our board of directors, and our founders for bringing us to this place. And I just want to also thank Councilman Arias. I see you and the other city council, reading the materials, paying attention, and all this. And believe me, we in the community appreciate the care that you folks take care of every item that comes before you. So my respects to all of you. And I'm humbled by this. And then the last thing I want to say is that I wouldn't have gotten here without education. And education is so important. And the reason why all of us are here, those of us are people of color, is for access to education. And particularly for those of us that are indigenous, it was clear from the time the Europeans came, the whites, they denied us an education. Why? Because they didn't want us to read and write. And that is, and up to my generation of my parents, they were denied the opportunity to read and write. And that is so much resource lost that is just an incredible injustice. And I would hope that, I know Mr. Arias worked very, very hard inside of Fresno Unified and others, we continue to provide access to everybody. And that includes indigenous people, Hmong, Laotian, Asian, African Americans, and so many other sectors of our community, and white folks, everybody, to have access to an opportunity so they can excel in whatever talents they may have. Thank you so much. A real honor.
City Clerk, would you read the proclamation announcing June 8th as Hugo Morales Day in the city of Fresno?
Certainly. Whereas Hugo Morales was born on March 23, 1949 in Huahuapam de Leon, Oaxaca, Mexico. At the age of 9, he migrated to Healdsburg, California, where he worked at an agricultural labor camp alongside his parents. It was here where he first learned about the power of radio as a virtual means of communication, vital means of communication. And whereas Hugo Morales faced numerous challenges yet achieved academic excellence and went on to graduate from Harvard College in 1972 and Harvard Law School in 1975. In September of 1976, Morales co-founded the nonprofit organization Radio Bilingüe. And on July 4th, 1980, the radio station went live. And whereas Radio Bilingüe is a transnational satellite community radio service that delivers culturally competent programming to Latinos and indigenous people in mixed-text Spanish and English, connecting them with educational and informational content. Under Morales' leadership, Radio Bilingüe has become the nation's leading Latino public radio network with 25 stations and 75 affiliated stations. And whereas Hugo Morales has received numerous national recognitions for his contribution to public radio, most recently, Morales received an honorary doctorate from Harvard University for being a beacon in public media and providing the space for voices unheard, making him the first U.S. indigenous Mexican person to receive such recognition from the university. And whereas Hugo Morales has a prestigious career spanning over 40 years, and we wish to applaud his passion, dedication, and for being an inspiration for our Fresno community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Dyer and the Fresno City Council, do hereby proclaim the June 8th, 2023 to be Hugo Morales Day in the city of Fresno.
All righty, thank you everybody for being here today. We're going to move on to council members' reports and comments. We're going to take this numerical order the best that we can. Carbasi, do you have any council member reports or comments? Arias, do you have any reports or comments? Any council member reports and or comments?
Thank you, Council President. You know, we're in the season of high school graduations and college graduations, and I want to take a moment to recognize one specific individual, Asai Perez. Asai is a resident of Southeast Fresno, and unfortunately, a couple of years ago, his family made the front page in the media world because his father, a mobile food vendor, was shot and killed as he was selling his food in our neighborhoods. And Isael has several siblings, and after that tragedy, he's been able to, come through and become a valedictorian graduate of Sunnyside High School, and will now be attending Fresno State. And I wanted to point out him as an individual because I think too often we forget after a tragedy and the media attention goes away that these are individuals, human beings in our city that are left with the tragedy to pick up the pieces. It's not too often that you find yourself seeing a 16-year-old having to become the father of the family and the head of the household of the family, and tackling the usual high school difficulties, and then having to deal with, the funeral plans, how to pay the rent, how to have a side job on top of high school, how to make sure your siblings are getting their homework done. On top of, a city that is already difficult sometimes to live in for so many folks. A lot of our immigrants come into this country for the American dream, but too many of them find themselves simply surviving. And it's a difficult challenge for so many of them, and I think Isai is an example of somebody who persevered and went through that challenging process in his life and his time in his life. And I just want to point out that he is a survivor of gun violence and crime. But he's also a student and simply entering his freshman year this upcoming year. So congratulations to Acai Perez and his family, and to everyone else who's graduated this season. Additionally, this year I had the honor of speaking at the first Latinx high school graduation. The vast majority of our high school students in this city are Latino, and up until this year, all their parents who speak native Spanish only were never able to fully participate in their graduation ceremonies, hear the messages from the speakers in their native language, or their messages for their own students who are graduating. Thank you to Fresno Unified and the students of Edison High School who spearheaded the effort to have the first Latinx graduation in Spanish so that folks can participate. The good news is that they had hundreds of students that they had to decline because McLean High School had limited space. Next year, though, they'll be at the State Mart Center where they can accommodate up to 1,000 Spanish-speaking students and Spanish-speaking parents to celebrate with their kids. And lastly, I just want to invite the general public for Saturday's celebration, where we'll be celebrating the Cesar Chavez Boulevard street signs. The celebration is on Saturday, June 10th at the fairgrounds, starting at 10 a.m. And we're happy to announce that the Chavez family will be joining us, as well as the United Farm Workers, and farm workers and mobile food vendors who have, for so many decades, called Fresno home and the fields of our valley they've toiled in. So we'll officially kick off the celebration of the Cesar Chavez Boulevard street renaming and begin that process of celebrating with the community. Lastly, to City Manager, thank you for a few of the things that the city staff has completed. I think I've said this before, but the Kingdoms of Asia are officially open, thanks to your efforts and all the inspectors and our city staff that dropped everything for the last few weeks to try and get Kingdoms of Asia open. That's a $40 million exhibit. There are two things that generate millions of visitors into Fresno. One is the airport that has about 2 million passengers coming into the city. The other one is the zoo. It has about 1 million visitors into the zoo every year. It's a huge regional attraction for the area. We've continued to invest in the zoo with this latest exhibit opening. The voters have overwhelmingly supported the renewal of Measure Z to continue building new exhibits into the zoo. But what I'm most proud of is that we continue to keep ticket prices low for residents of Fresno County who pay that additional tax. And we also continue to have students who may not be able to afford a trip to the zoo in the zoo every year. So thank you to everyone who's been helping us get these exhibits online. And there's a lot more exhibits forthcoming over the next 10 years to the zoo and to regional zoo. Lastly, I want to point out on the zoo, we've done the expansion of new exhibits without encroaching into the Roding Park green space. That's been a huge critical part for us. We don't want to expand the zoo at the loss of green space for that neighborhood. So the zoo has been thoughtful in relocating employees off-site and taking them to buildings across the street, across the street on Belmont, to make sure that as we expand, we're not taking up any additional green space of Roding Park. And Roding Park will have its own millions of dollars of improvements this upcoming year as we have continued to allocate more money to Roding Park. With that, I'll turn over back to the Council President. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, President. I also want to echo the sentiment of Councilmember Arias, Acai Perez. He's the pride and joy of Sunnyside High. And out of that tragedy that occurred in Southeast Fresno, a movement arose. And I think that will be his father's legacy, because when that tragedy happened, you saw the community coalesce around our mobile food vendors. And now as a result, we now have a formal association of our food vendors in our community that have a process where they can, get their permits, they can get everything in order, they can operate and not have to worry about working in the shadows. They know that the city supports them, and that's something to be proud of. Acai worked really hard. He is one of few that has a certification that's designated as bicultural, bilingual. And what was really encouraging and inspiring was the fact that he's taken his 4.22 GPA that he earned at Sunnyside High, and now he wants to be a teacher. So my hope is that he can come back to South Fresno and really encourage and motivate additional students that can follow in his footsteps. So at a young age, he's already a leader in our community. I just wanted to congratulate him. I want to also congratulate the seniors that graduated from Roosevelt. They had their graduation last night. Shameless plug as a Roosevelt alumni, but also congratulate the first class of Sanger West. As some of you know, Sanger West High School is in Southeast Fresno, and they will have their graduation as well. The Hornets will be their mascot now that they've officially adopted that, but congratulations to them as well. And also want to thank Father Jose. He is new to the St. Anthony Claret Church. He's doing a lot of great work. I had a chance to meet with him and some of the congregation last week. We're going to be working on that cleanup that our Beautify Fresno folks are going to be collaborating and helping with in preparation for the trail that we're going to term the Callaway Trail that will lead into the 49 acres regional park here in the next couple of months. So big thank you to St. Anthony Claret for allowing us to use the church as a staging area, more importantly for getting the word out to our residents about all the amenities that are coming to Southeast Fresno. With that, thank you, President.
Thank you, Councilmember Bredefeld. Any comments or reports, Gary? Councilmember Esparza?
Yes, I just want to reiterate again, happy Pride to everyone. It's been a eventful month so far, participating in several different flag raisings. Kicked it off at Fresno City College about a week ago, last Thursday in the morning, and then again out in the Tower District in the evening, and of course the fantastic parade that occurred on Saturday, and we'll be doing our flag raising here at City Hall tomorrow morning. I think it's our third year we're doing it here at City Hall. I'm very proud of that. Additionally, I attended the graduation of this Residential Leaders Summit that is convened by the Fresno County Economic Development Corporation.
Councilmember Esparza, just a quick pause. Sir, if your phone goes off again, we're going to ask you to leave the chambers, okay? Is that clear? Thank you.
Thank you. So it was great to join that cohort of residents and hear their input and some of the ideas they have for more equitable economic development within our city. My staff attended a reception for the retirement of the VA Hospital's chaplain. Congratulations to him, Terry Romerian, who has served the Central California region. So congratulations again to Terry. Earlier this week, I did have the privilege of welcoming the new executive director of California Rural Legal Assistance here to Fresno, Jessica Jewell. She's the first new executive director of the organization in decades, actually, and is a Valley native herself, based out of Modesto. So we had the privilege of welcoming and hosting her here in Fresno earlier in the week, and congratulations to her. I know many residents of Fresno are beneficiaries of the services that are provided by CRLA. And lastly, as you heard from my colleague, we do welcome folks over to the fairgrounds on Saturday morning to join us in celebration of the Cesar Chavez Boulevard that is in the queue and upcoming here in Fresno. Thank you.
Council Vice President Perea. I have no comments. I'll pass it over to the city manager's office. Any comments or reports? City Manager White.
Thank you. Just a couple items. First, wanted to acknowledge the mayor's not here today. He is attending the funeral of one of our police officers that passed away after a battle with cancer. I think it's Anna Chavarin. I don't know how to pronounce it correctly, but just wanted to acknowledge that, and obviously her family are in our thoughts. Quickly, two things I want to bring to your attention. We had a number of memos going out separate from the budget process, but the one I wanted to flag for you is the Animal Center transition plan. So I want to make sure you know that that was delivered to you, I believe, yesterday. And then I know this is normally done by you elected officials, but I'm wondering if you would do the honor of adjourning your meeting today in honor of Scotty Martin, who passed away last Sunday at the age of 18. Scotty is the beloved son of two valued city employees, Sandra Chavez Martin down in Personnel Services and Scott Martin up in Public Works. And their son passed away on Sunday. So if you would honor them by adjourning your meeting, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you, that's it.
Thank you, City Manager. We will absolutely adjourn in their name today. It's going to bring us to public comment. We will take any public comment this morning on consent, including contested consent, unscheduled communication, closed session, or any of the budget departments that we'll be hearing today. If you haven't already, please fill out one of these yellow cards, bring them up to the front. The clerk will collect them and bring them to me. If you're on Zoom, please raise your hand and we'll get around to you shortly. The first person we have in the chambers today is Artemis.
Tyler must know that my least favorite thing in the world is have to go first on these speeches. Hello, Council. I am Artemis Captain Gidram with PFLAG. I'm here, of course, on support of the LGBTQ community. I want to start off by saying thank you and congratulations to both your efforts and the efforts of your constituents to do things such as electing our first openly LGBTQ member of the chamber, our third year on Pride Month of raising the flag, correct? Which will be tomorrow. The wonderful work that Jen does at the EOC, thanks to the chamber. But as Annalisa said this morning, I want to remind you that the work is not done and that there's still more to be done. And I am in support of us having a liaison to the community for the LGBTQ community, a full-time position, not a half-time position, not somebody who can barely do the work because they're barely being paid. Somebody who has full access to the ability to do their work and to reach out to the community and to be able to return to the city halls and be able to represent our community, as well as a financed stipend committee that is also able to help them support their work, and as well as future money to be distributed to the LGBTQ organizations around the city. This is very important. There's still so much work. There's still so much struggles that's going on with the community. There are still even elected officials that are directly harming our community. Even this morning, it would have been nice to be able to turn around and see all these wonderful chairs filled, but unfortunately, you would have thought that we were showing misleading and disturbing images of abortions up here, the way that certain members left. Thank you.
Thank you, Artemis. Up next is Jen Cruz.
Good morning. Jennifer Cruz, she, her pronouns, LGBTQ Resource Center. Again, I'm here on behalf of, the entire community and the work that we're doing at the LGBT Community Center. Fresno EOC is dedicated to that work, and I get to see every day the struggling and barely surviving members of this community coming in for the direct services that we provide. I appreciate the proclamation, the flag raising for the third year in a row. We want to see that continue. It gives hope and visibility to our community. Our community is afraid. At the LGBTQ Resource Center during open hours, we have to keep the door locked due to things that have happened since we opened after pandemic 2021. It's scary. It's scary to walk down the streets, an openly queer person, and know that you could be the target just for being who you are. And with the national state of emergency declared by Human Rights Campaign, I just want the entire council to be on board with, yes, hope and visibility in flags and proclamations, and allocation of those funds that everybody will be talking about today to the LGBTQ community, to a liaison. There's going to be a lot of like, which one do you want? We just know that we want to see the money allocated to the resources that we're providing, period. And with a national emergency, whatever that number looks like and whatever motion it is, double it. That's all.
Thank you, Jen. Up next, Stanley Johnson.
Hello, I'm Stanley Johnson. I work with the LGBTQ+ Research Center here in District 3. I'm a resident of District 3. I've been a resident my entire life. I love my city. At the age of, I second everything that Jen said. I'm not going to reiterate that. But just to give you a little background on me, at the age of 16, I became homeless as a queer black man in Fresno. So I had to navigate adult spaces and do probably things that I wouldn't normally have to do if I wasn't homeless. Fast forward, working here since November, I still see me coming into the center, asking for services and they're homeless, navigating adult spaces, homeless. So I just advocate for the motion that Vice President Perea is putting out. Come support us. We're already doing the work. We're doing everything possible in order to get every resource at hand to our community. So we're just asking for a little handout. And yeah, it's a good start, but that's it. It's only a start. So yeah, we support you and support her. Thank you.
Thank you, Stanley. Up next, we have Mr. Elizondo.
Good morning. Peace be with you. Well, it's like a broken record sometimes. The homeless are still homeless. It was announced that $1 billion was already allocated to the homeless, yet I saw Jerry Dyer last night on that State of the City. There's no permanent housing built with $1 billion. He was lying. As you can see, the hotels, motels, they used to have reservations. Now he turned them into reservations. Indian, like the Indian reservation. Reservation is just another word for segregation. They don't want these people around because they don't want to deal with them. These people have a lot of issues, and we have a lot of money, but the money's going the wrong place. This is just a big facade. A facade meaning nothing to back it up. Their money is just being utilized and whittled down to all of you and all of those that are behind you. We need to put a stop to this. I need to see more things done for the real people that need it. All I see is nothing but negative. They took all the trees down where they go for shelter, for shade in the summertime. You go and knock off they already have shelters. A tent is a shelter, but they go and take it away from them, throw it away, throw their belongings away. Those people have hope that someday they will have a home. That's why they gather their things. But does it matter to any of you? No. You guys are just going there, knocking everything down, tearing things, and making it worse for them. Not better, making it worse for yourselves. You guys are under the New World Order, puppet masters. The puppet masters are the New World Order, and that's what's happening today. They took these people, Clovis, Mr. Benefield knows that they didn't want these people over there. That's why they started putting them in reservations. That's what these things are called. They're not permanent housing, like the government said. Permanent housing. What part of permanent housing don't you guys understand? They already have shelters. Their tents, that's their shelter. They need permanent housing. And they got enough money to do it, but where's it going? In the wrong pockets. Buying new suits, new apparel for the city council. That's where it's going. We need to put a stop to this and put the money where the money belongs. The $1 billion stops here.
Thank you, Fernando. Up next, we have Ellen McEwen.
Good morning. I wanted a clarification. I know that the two items that I was interested in speaking to, which is 23902 and 903, has been changed in their character. Will I have an opportunity to speak on those? I think one was changed to a contested.
Now is the time to speak on everything on the agenda.
Everything
today.
on the agenda?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Okay,
3 minutes.
Okay. All right. I just wanted clarification. I would have an opportunity.
Can we go ahead and
to
start his
speak.
time over, please?
Okay. Now, I represent Fresno area pickleball. We support the items 23902 and 903, quadding off a consultant contract for design of permanent pickleball courts at two sites, Vinland and East Rotary Park. Just to clarify a little bit, because I spoke yesterday that we needed some clarification. We put in a request for Measure P funded projects back in 2021 when the first request came out. And since that time, we've been working towards permanent pickleball courts. Fresno, we submitted that in August of 2021, and I believe we were one of the first to be submitted. We proposed to convert the existing courts, the tennis courts at the Vinland and East Rotary Park to permanent pickleball courts because there are none in the 100 parks within the city. We reached out to Councilmember Bredefeld and about the project, and in his wisdom, and as well, Councilmember Maxwell supported the pickleball courts, but not to replace the existing courts that are multi-use, but to have a new on-site courts. They're proposed for 8 permanent pickleball courts at each site, and the pickleball courts will be adjacent to the existing courts where they can play volleyball, they can play tennis, they can play any sports with multiple lines. And the Measure P Commission proposed that all courts be multi-use courts. I wanted to point out that pickleball courts, because of the infrastructure needed, permanent posts and fencing and so forth, does not lend itself to multi-use facilities. That's why we were happy to emerge. I just have a couple more things to bring up. There are other activities that are not multi-use, and so pickleball courts falls into that category because of the infrastructure needed for it. So I would encourage the council members, if they wish, to take a look at some in-place existing pickleball courts at Visalia Plaza Park, and it shows exactly the type of structure we're talking about and the issues associated with multi-use at that particular site. Fresno deserves permanent pickleball courts. We have over 200 members in our state, and we have over 1,500 that participate in our website, in our meetup site and play pickleball. It's the highest use activity going on in any one activity throughout the city at this point. And we're only talking about 4 sites total over the long-term picture in 100 courts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ellen. Up next is Annie.
Thank you for letting me speak.
Hi, Annie.
I am also a supporter of the pickleball projects. I just wanted to let you know a few things about pickleball and why it is the fastest growing sport and has been for the last several years. We have total inclusion. Our youngest members start around 8 years old, and our oldest members are in their early 90s. And most of these people are playing several times a week, if not every day a week. and they're playing against each other. I'm in my late 70s, and I'm playing with 8-year-olds and 10-year-olds and 15-year-olds and 20-year-olds, and against them as well. And we have several members of our group that used to be basketball players that can't play basketball anymore, but they can play pickleball. They used to be very good tennis players, and they can't play tennis anymore, but they can play pickleball. And there are racquetball players that can't play racquetball anymore, but they can play pickleball. It's a totally inclusive sport. And that's one of the reasons why it's become so popular everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Annie. Up next, we have Sean Hanna.
Thank you, Madam President. This regards the Californian Hotel, the management there. For the past year and a half, they've refused to open up the garbage chutes. We actually made a request with Mr. Arias about this. Our shower is now down. He refuses to fix that, so there's a hygiene problem because we can't take a shower or anything. We've went to him several times, and under the lease it says the right to have repairs performed in a timely manner. He's not doing it. He's not repairing our shower at all. There's a hole in our wall. And I was wondering what can be done about it.
Thank you, Sean. Does that conclude your comments?
Yeah, I've got the notes if I can give it to Mr. Arias.
If you have anything to give, you can give it to the clerk.
Okay, I can give it to the clerk.
You
Yes.
can pass it out.
Yes,
Okay.
I'm done.
All right, up next is Jessica Flores.
Good morning. My name is Jessica, and I am here representing Siren Services, Immigrant Rights and Education Network. We urge the council to oppose the sit, lay, sleep ordinances banning unhoused people from areas close to schools, libraries, parks, etc. Only furthers the stigmatization of unhoused people as dangerous when unhoused people are far more likely to be the victim of a crime than vice versa. Policies like these push unhoused people further from the city centers towards the outskirts of town where there are fewer services and they are more vulnerable. As said earlier, this city is hard to live in for those who are doing their best to survive. Let's not make it more difficult. Invest in your community, listen to housing advocates, listen to those who put the work on the ground. These ordinances do not address the root of the problem, allocating funds towards mental health services, affordable housing, and establishing rent control do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Up next is Patsy Mejia.
Good morning, City Council. My name is Patsy, and I'm here with Siren Services, Immigrant Rights and Education Network. I'm here to oppose the sit, lie, and sleep ordinance. Fresno's houseless population is rapidly rising, as you may have noticed, at one of the fastest rates in the country due to soaring rents and the housing crisis. This ordinance will do nothing to actually help the crisis and address the root cause. We need your efforts to focus on meaningful solutions that Fresno advocates have been calling for quite some time now. Instead, this ordinance only seeks to further criminalize Fresno's houseless population, and increased sweeps makes it more difficult for people to find housing. It cuts them off from providers. It increases death and overdose rates on top of many other issues that unhoused folks already face. Rent control may not, quote, address the majority of the unhoused crisis, unquote, but is definitely a step in the right direction. Focus this energy on rent control, comprehensive mental health services, shelters, and other much-needed social services. Thank you.
Thank you, Patsy. Up next is Steve Diddy.
I want to go full circle from Bernie Sanders to Nikki Haley with a proposal for wages, maybe a city ordinance in Fresno. I don't know if that could be done. It's called my wage window proposal, WWP, and would establish a minimum wage and a maximum wage in the city of Fresno. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Steve. Up next, we have April Taylor. Salary?
Hello, my name is April Taylor, salary, pronouns she, her. I'm here to speak on the liaison position for the LGBTQ community. As a proud member of the LGBTQ plus community and business owner in Fresno that specializes in the LGBT community, this is an issue that's very important to me. The position of the liaison or point person being placed in the mayor's office allows for the community to have consistent access to City Hall and allow for accountability and equity for the community as a whole. The additional necessity is for training and of all council members and staff as for cultural competency and awareness for the community. Installing a liaison while forming a transparent community commission would allow for transparency in regards to a distribution of funds to organizations that offer support and services to the community. Having the liaison position would allow for council members to be able to identify how they can support the LGBTQ plus community members within their own districts. The liaison would be able to present and recommend policy changes that will lead towards a more inclusive environment for the LGBTQ plus community and staff within City Hall, as well as members at large. We ask that this be a full-time position that is offered a salary that matches that of a current liaison, with compensation for the community commission as well. I think it's important to acknowledge that there are several organizations in town who offer direct services to the LGBT community, a community that is in need of additional funding. There are things such as the transgender health care that are barriers for the trans community due to not having those funds. They are offered assistance through the Fresno EOC Resource Center, as well as Trans Emotion, which is an organization that I'm a part of, and several other organizations that offer services. So a fair and equitable distribution of funds would also be appreciated and needed. Thank you.
Thank you, April. Up next is Simon. Followed by Bianca Binks.
Good morning, Council. I want to first speak on behalf of the clergy of Our Savior's Lutheran Church. They can't be here this morning because they are meeting with somebody to install the windows that were broken on their church campus. This was an assault on their church. As a Presbyterian pastor, as a pastor in general, I cannot imagine what it would be like to show up to my church on a Sunday morning or on a Monday morning and see that my building had been attacked. A place that I call sacred, a place that I call home. I can't imagine what it would be like to have a church where most people who don't belong anywhere else belong there. And to know that there are people in this city who don't want those people to feel safe. So I stand here with them. I stand here on their behalf. I want to share my appreciation for the pride flags that we see, not just in June, but that are on this dais year-round, as a symbol that the support for our LGBTQ community is not just a celebration, it's just not a photo op, but it's a shift in the way of thinking. It's an acknowledgement that there are people in this community that still want to cause fear and harm to the LGBTQ community, that even a church is not safe. And so with this in mind, we are asking for the mayor to appoint a LGBTQ liaison. Almost 3 years ago exactly, he made a commitment to that. And as we see the community continue to be under threat, if not more so, this position is important, it's necessary. I also want to acknowledge all the other amazing organizations that have been doing work historically in this community to care and make safe places for the LGBTQ community. They have been doing this work because the city hasn't been doing this work, because the church hasn't been doing this work, because the police department hasn't been doing this work, because all of our institutions haven't been doing this work. And so to overcompensate for us, these organizations out of shoestring budgets have been creating safe places. And so out of a $1.8 million budget, we can find funds to retroact the neglect, the exclusion that we have caused over the years. Let us not have a deficit mindset. Let us not make the LGBTQ community fight for funds that are obviously there. Let us come together, stand alongside them, not just when there's a flag being raised, but all year round. Lastly, I want to acknowledge Stanley's comment real quick.
Simon, 5 seconds.
That we had a young man say that he was once homeless on our street. And so what things are we doing as a city to make sure that we are taking care of people like Stanley?
Thank you, Simon. Binks?
Hello, my name is Binks, she, her pronouns. Representing Community Link, I have Tracy Cisneros here as well. We want to just, once again, thank you for acknowledging the community in Pride Month. But again, just to echo other comments that we do live this life 365 days out of the year. This community deserves a bit more help throughout the year. And we believe that funds should be allocated to the community in the hope and understanding that the distribution be decided upon or advised on by a committee that includes Fresno's queer organizations and their leaders.
Whether that means that said liaison is going to be responsible for coordinating that effort, or whether it is the full committee of organizational leaders that decide upon where those funds are to be allocated, that yet is to be seen, because we haven't really seen a full plan about what this liaison is going to be responsible for. So we are in support of the funds. I'm looking forward to learning more about what we intend to do with them. Thank you.
Thank you, Binks and Tracy. Up next is Jacqueline Pearson.
Good morning. I'm a current constituent of District 3 and former constituent in District 4. And my desire today is for each council member to see that we have more similarities than differences. I know that the bill before you now is one that none of you take lightly, nor do I. I work at a shelter for women and children in District 3, and every day we get call after call requesting shelter. Women call sometimes with tears or anger based in fear because they have nowhere else to turn, as every place they reach out to is full, as are we. People knock on the front door of my home and ask if our building is taking new tenants, which it isn't, and I see their desire to do better for themselves, but to no avail. I know each of you campaigned for this seat at the table because you wanted to enact change on behalf of others, as do I. I do not want to see disabled folks face ableist barriers as they navigate this life, as I know is part of the heart behind this bill. I believe, like others on this council and in city government, that disabled folks are created in the image of God. I also believe that my unhoused neighbors are created in the image of God, and they experience homelessness for a plethora of reasons. As author Terrence Lester writes, by displacing our neighbors experiencing homelessness, they're being criminalized for trying to exist. And for those who have been indicted for or committed crimes in the past, I'm reminded of Brian Stevenson's quote, "Each of us is more than the worst thing we've ever done." I'm worried that the bill before us today is being made out of fear rather than out of love. I appreciate how Councilman Arias, Chavez, and Esparza saw a part of our proposed budget that was a Band-Aid and not a long-term solution, and put forth plans to see this area of the budget change. Similarly, like Councilwoman Perea has stated, The measure before us now is moving a problem without actually offering anyone a solution. I believe creative solutions can be found that can support both disabled individuals and that are navigating Fresno streets and unhoused individuals who currently have nowhere else to turn but those streets. And some individuals fit in both categories. Both are worthy and valuable of dignity, worth, and the chance to thrive. You have heard from individuals that want to work with you towards solutions that can benefit everyone, and then I ask until then this bill not move forward. There may yet be ideas that haven't been considered. Thank you, and know that people continue praying for you every day.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Is Mary Padilla here by chance? Mary? Mary was our 10 a.m. scheduled speaker. Okay, up next is Kat Faubert, Dr. Kat Faubert.
Hello, council members, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Dr. Kat Faubert, and I'm a professor at Fresno State. I'm here today to ask our council members to allocate funding to create greater institutional support, communication, and accountability for our diverse LGBTQ community. As Pastor Simon noted in his talk, recently our community experienced several attacks and threats to our safety, one of the most recent being the targeted vandalism of Our Savior's Church. Out of that grief and anger, there has been cries from actions from our community to city government. I am part of a group of individuals who are requesting budgeting to be allotted for a full-time paid staff position for an LGBTQ liaison point person in the city. We submitted a petition online and have gotten over 400 individual signatures. This position is similar position to others established in other cities such as Seattle, Baltimore, Denver, Kansas, and as well as Kansas City that work as a bridge between the city government and LGBTQ communities. In addition, we are requesting funds to support a grassroots community advisory board task force or commission. The requested paid staff position that we're asking for would be working closely with this and be accountable to them. We are also requesting additional funds to be distributed to LGBTQ orgs, providing vital services for our communities. Connected to this is my opposition to Article 21 and 22 to Chapter 10 of the Fresno Municipal Code, otherwise known as Sit, Stay, and Sleep. 1 in 5 trans people experience homelessness in their lives, often repeatedly. LGBTQ populations, especially youth, make up about 40% of our homeless population. Homelessness is fundamentally an LGBTQ rights issue, and you cannot separate them. Article 21 and 22 is a direct attack against the LGBT community. It criminalizes being unsheltered. There is no way to follow this ordinance and exist. This would leave virtually no place where the unhoused could be and given other laws regarding where people can be. Please do not pass Article 21 and 22. Please provide rights and dignity to our unsheltered population. This is our LGBTQ community. Please support them by creating institutional support within the city and rejecting laws that will target them. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Faubert. Up next is Nazarene Johnson.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I know all of you individually, and I appreciate the opportunity to come before you. I wear lots of hats in the community, but today I'm standing here as a member of the LGBTQ community and as a parent of 2 LGBTQ teens. I'm supportive of funds being spent in our community for the LGBTQ community for a variety of reasons. And I can take many different paths, but Stanley's comment earlier moved me. I also was a teen on the streets of Fresno. I fortunately had a shelter, a youth shelter, to attend when I was homeless. My children, should there be an issue in our household or with their other parent, they don't have that resource, and that could put them in danger. My oldest is medically transitioning, and as I see what is happening across our nation and in our community to the LGBTQ community, there are 491 pieces of legislation across our nation against us. I think about my child and the life that they'll face, the life that they do face. They work in a customer service position here in our community, and they get hate every day. They get tattled on for using a bathroom. I'm not sure which bathroom people want them to use because they get confused as both genders. It's a tipped position. They get really awful, terrible customers saying things, and often result in 0 tips. And I say that as a parent because I want to personalize this issue, right? That every single person before you has these experiences. And we've had the church that had all its windows smashed. And that's what I fear, but not for a building, but for everybody in the community that I love. And so to have somebody in our community as a liaison is important. To have funds for for people, a task force that are stipended so we can get our young people, which estimates are about 30% of them are in the LGBTQ community. We're seeing an uptick in people that are feeling comfortable enough despite all the hate that they're receiving. So let's keep flying the flag, making our proclamations, and let's show our heart in this budget and that we will fund these celebrations and support the community with our pocketbook. Thank you.
Thank you, Nesreen. Up next is Alejandro Sanchez.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Alejandro Sanchez. My pronouns are he, him, or él en español. I'm here as a community member, part of the LGBT community, a queer trans man of color, as well as somebody who has previously experienced homelessness. I'm here to talk about the budget on LGBT issues, as well as the proposed ordinance. So first off, I want to thank the City Council for acknowledging our existence this month out of the 11 other months of the year for LGBT Pride Month. And to call out the fact that we need more than performative allyship. We need more than just you all coming out to our flag raisings and taking pictures. We need you to put your money where your mouth is, because we need a huge help. We need a liaison who will make sure to hold not only the City Council, but the mayor accountable for his promise to creating this position 3 years ago. It's long overdue. The community has so many needs, and we don't have somebody on the inside to unite the community, to be able to let us know what issues are going on, what we should be here for, what we need to know to be able to move forward and help progress our community. We also need funding, and we need a liaison who will make sure that these smaller organizations will not be overpowered by the large organizations like the EOC, who has a direct ear to the City Council. There are smaller organizations that don't have working employees who can advocate on the clock. A lot of them are volunteer-run and have very small budgets. I also want to get to the Section 10-2203A and Section 10-2203B. That states it would make it unlawful to leave any personal property anywhere or to be able to possess any public space for things that cannot fit in a backpack. I was homeless. I lived in my car. Thankfully, I had a car, but it is completely unresponsible to pass this. Let's be honest, we call it permanent supportive housing, but it is not. This is not a permanent space in which they can become independent. The system, the way that it is built, it is not meant for people to become independent, and being able to recognize that and acknowledge that and still pass this ordinance is completely disrespectful of our humanity and the support that this community needs. We need you to understand that how are we supposed to house the thousands of individuals in the city that are experiencing instability in housing if there aren't that many beds? How are we going to house them if the city itself with these organizations aren't
5
respecting
seconds,
their
Alejandro.
humanity?
Thank you. Thank you. Up next is Linda from the Fresno Homeless Union.
Good morning, council members. I'm here to address the sit, lie, sleep ordinance, which is basically designed to make homeless persons simply disappear, since you have completely failed to create any new permanent housing. 3 years and $300 million, and this is what we get? This is what you do? You have squandered $300 million on funding private, so-called Christian social services. And where are these providers today? They should be here speaking out against this ordinance that criminalizes homeless persons in violation of state and federal mandates. I'm sure the city is going to be sued over this, and I'd like to remind you of some simple math. You could buy 2-bedroom, 2-bath, prefab houses from Home Depot for less than $50,000. $200 million, 2/3 of the funding that you have received so far, buys 4,000 houses. You don't need consultants, you don't need developers, you need workers to erect places like this, you need funds to rehab land, but that's it. Shame on you 4 male council members who clearly have no empathy for unhoused persons, who will be facing extreme heat this summer. People are going to be dying in this heat with no place to go, prevented from seeking out shade in public places. You do not deserve public office, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Up next is Bob McCloskey.
Good morning, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I just have to start out with say their names. Brianna Britton, Kathy Escueda, and Eric Bennett. These are people that were recently died or were killed by drivers, and one person burned up in a tunnel because of current HART policies and practices that this City Council unanimously supports. As Linda mentioned, a lot of money has been squandered on temporary and transitional housing. No permanent housing has been built. Now, that's the council again, and I've addressed several members of the council about this before. Why hasn't the $10 million that has been allocated and funded by state and city funds to build a tiny home villages that would house 100 people as a start, where's that? The money's been sitting there for over 1.5 years and nothing, haven't broken ground. I want to remind you of the recent lawsuit you lost. I was a plaintiff in. Let the taxpayers know that $350 million of taxpayers' dollars, were $350,000 was squandered on paying the legal fees of this lawsuit, which you lost. As Linda mentioned, it's going to be hot this summer. You have part of this ordinance, you here, will prohibit people from hanging out under freeway overpasses, anywhere there's shade, basically. Last year, several people died from heat stroke. More are going to die this year. Do you want this to be your legacy? I urge you to check out Warren versus Chico, which the city of Chico lost, similar ordinance. They had to pay a lot of money out, city taxpayer money. I want to remind you that Tulare County does respect the Martin versus Boise decision. I think people need to know the origins of this. Perhaps it's because Mr. Arias just bought a house in the Tower District near Ted C. Wills, and of course, Mr. Bredfield wants to keep all shelters out of his district, and one is being set up there. This idea that you have to bar people around the shelters is ridiculous. You are barring people from MAP, from where they can get housing. How they, if they have to line up to sign up for housing at these intake areas, where are they going to go to hang out for their appointment? As mentioned before, this is a draconian measure. People need to know that they cannot be cited and arrested for camping. They have a right to receive written notice before a sweep. The city cannot take their belongings. And briefly, I just want to wrap up to say that you have to have more compassion here. We need empathy.
Thank you, Bob.
One of the signs of a lack of empathy, one of the signs of a sociopath is
Thank
a
you, Bob.
lack
Your
of
time's up.
empathy, people.
Up next, we have Reverend Tim from Unitarian Universalist Church. Just a reminder, folks, if you haven't yet filled out a yellow card and you wish to speak, go ahead and do so by coming up to the front.
Good morning, everyone. Before I share my comments, I just want to wish my council member, Mr. Bredderfeld, happy Pride Month. Every time I walk into City Hall, I see the words, "In God we trust." We forget that God trusts that we're going to do the right thing. And my faith teaches me that we're called to protect and prioritize the most vulnerable among us. And those in Fresno include our unhoused population. We have a housing crisis, and by approving Article 21 and 22, we just amplify that crisis. Displacing people, moving people into the shadows completely contradicts the money that's been spent and the work that's been done with Operation Off-Ramp. So I ask that you, to lift up that word again, remember your compassion, remember who the most vulnerable are in this city, and that we are called to prioritize and protect them. And please do not pass Article 21, 22. It would be horrible for this city.
All right, up next is Gloria Hernandez. Welcome, Gloria.
Hola. So today you guys heard I'm a founder of Radio Bilingüe going back to the 70s, so dreams do come true. And I keep encouraging them to blast out to the military so that we can refocus their minds, right? But I'm here to talk about human rights. As you all know, I asked you guys to start looking at the Human Relations Commission, bringing it back. Today I heard from our rainbow people asking for a representative. I've heard from the immigrant people that participate in the immigrant committee. And then, of course, there's the youth commission, and there's all these other commissions. But what if you had all those commissions under the one representative from each of them participating on the Human Relations Commission? You guys would be more organized. You would know what the hell's going on in the community. In the early 90s, I was working for the California Women's Foundation, giving away money. It was fun. It wasn't mine. But I learned then from the Annie Cross Foundation that they were looking into figuring out what was happening with the kids that were out doing the group homes and the foster kids that would end up in the streets. No livable skills, no economic basis. And so I see it still happening, and it's like shocking. That's the 90s. And here we are, 2023. Observation of your city ordinance, and I'm flashing back to when you guys did the middle of the street, don't ask for money, but then you changed it because the fire people were asking, with the boots, they were asking for money. So ordinance come and go. and it goes away quietly after the PR finishes. My question is, if you're going to apply this to the unhoused, are you also going to apply it to the people giving away the phones who block the sidewalks? To me, this ordinance is just giving the cops ammunition to profile and to take away things. This is a land of plenty. Unfortunately, it's unequal for many. The last time you shut down Santa Clara, they spread out. And that's why you all are complaining from the different districts other than District 3. I hope you take a good look at the letter from the ACLU you received today, because I'm sick and tired of spending my taxpayer money defending this city on frivolous ordinance. Create safe housing. You know, just give them a space to put up their tent. We're not asking for a lot. They're human beings. Every time I see that, in God we trust, I get offended, because I was taught my culture is you are my other bee. There by the grace of God, go I.
Thank you, Gloria. Up next is Socorro Santian.
Hello, council members. I'm here representing Planned Parenthood, and I'm here to advocate for our houseless population and our LGBTQ. These are our patients, and so therefore we feel the need to be able to be a voice for them. First of all, I definitely feel that we need a LGBTQ liaison. I think that by having a liaison, it would bring the voice of our LGBTQ community to the table. And when decisions are being made in regards to policy, like the houseless, they could inform you that, yes, you're helping out the LGBTQ community with all the great work that you're doing, but you're also hurting them by creating these ordinances that are only penalizing people who are already in dire, challenging situations. I'm a mom, and yes, safety is an issue. I wake up every morning thinking about my 3 children and, what could possibly happen to them. And I know that for most of you, this is coming from an area of heart and love where you're trying to protect one population, but you're hurting another in the process. This is not the answer. We need to invest in our communities. We need to treat our houseless as the human beings that they are and provide housing for them and give them some dignity. You're here representing us all. Just because some are in a less situation than others, it doesn't make them less persons. And I know that we have council members that give a damn, but come on, the rest of you, give a damn. Strategize, come together, and find a real solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Josefa. Okay. Up next is Karina Gallardo.
Hello. I want to be here because I am expressing my concern over item 1U on the ordinance.
Can you talk just a little bit closer to the microphone?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay. I have concern around the item 1U that you're taking a vote on. I think that this ordinance is really extreme and it's very restrictive, and it's going to further push folks who are experiencing homelessness in our communities to be criminalized and discriminated. It's going to make it harder for them to be able to reach and get resources that they need. It's just going to be pushing them away. And someone's wearing that they're not invisible, and that we do need to acknowledge that the homeless population is increasing. It's becoming a lot harder to get the resources that they need to be able to find permanent housing and the needs that they need. I do work at Planned Parenthood, and this is also a huge population that we serve. I see it with young folks. I work with a lot of young folks in colleges, and at some point they were
experiencing homelessness because they are part of the LGBT community or other reasons, and it's really hard to hear that. It's really hard to know that resources are so limited for them and that there's so little out there for them to get support. And so thank you for folks that are here today talking on this. I love seeing the support and that folks are really out here advocating to make sure that we're not criminalizing homelessness. It's not a crime, and that we should reach solutions that actually make sense for the people that are experiencing homelessness.
Thank you, Karina. Up next is Brandy N.
My apologies, I'm just scrolling to the top and getting my timer. Thank you very much for your time, and I do want to note that 3 minutes for budget and these important items is not a lot for those who have, I'm here to support protection for all those who are vulnerable in the community. So I stand with the ask for the liaison. That would be incredible having a voice in there. And also for some of our partners later on, the EPP protections that I voiced incorrectly on Monday that are for the mayor's budget. Regarding 1U, despite the intent, it can be used because of the broad language to discriminate even beyond the unhoused. So I want to point that out. I didn't say that last time, but I want to address some of the things that have been said at the last council meeting by the council members and since then. It says that we need to move people because there needs to be access. This overlooks the fact that without housing, people without housing don't automatically go away from public places and stop being housed. You talk about encampments blocking city sidewalks. The people impacted by this ordinance will mostly be people who aren't blocking or causing problems at all, but are out there and unhoused, like the elderly man with all his stuff on the walker who will lose what little he has. Even the Fresno Bee article took a picture at an angle of tents that looks like it was blocking a shelter, and when you actually go out there, they weren't. It was the angle, and that is a very good metaphor for the arguments for this. Aria said that there's a balance between the city helping and not enabling people to stay out there and not get help, which misconstrues the issues because your outreach teams know that people have been jumping through so many hoops to try to get into shelter or housing, get jobs, more than you will ever know. And while I'm grateful for the shelters going to new areas, they still don't know where to go because we know there's not enough. This is not a balance, but tipping further into increased displacement and the penalty of lost possessions, even if there are no criminal charges. I've shown you during the budget hearings in Hart what people have lost and how that impedes them getting out of homelessness. We agree on safety for children, those disabled. People out there know they shouldn't be near schools, but risking losing possessions because they happen to be a block away is cruel. What we want are solutions that increase the well-being of everyone, but doing so is more complicated than adding prohibitions. And I ask if the council members have reached out to homeless service providers that you partner with regarding the ordinance. It takes collaboration. And I want to also address that regarding ADA complaints. I know my name was mentioned, and those of us who address ADA access at the shelters were concerned about people not being able to be in the warming centers because they would need assistance getting into the bathrooms. And if they didn't have the staff for that, we want to ensure that those who had trouble getting to the bathroom themselves would be able to be allowed by the city to stay in the shelters.
Thank you, Brandy.
We have not had a problem with people being able to. I've never seen someone be able to have a problem getting access into the shelters. I'm so sorry for going over.
No, you're
Thank
good.
you.
Thanks, Brandy. Is Josefa back?
Hi, I'm speaking in opposition of the city's continued assault on the rights and well-being of unhoused residents. Rather than seeking solutions to address houselessness, provide resources or infrastructure that can house individuals, the city has instead moved to criminalize the unhoused without acknowledging the intersections that are impacted most. That includes folks with disabilities, Black and Indigenous residents, and the trans community. By being pushed further away from city centers, resources, and safe spaces, these communities are subject to more harm, harassment, and violence. So I ask that folks vote no on 1U and work toward housing all Fresnans. And I want to shout out my council member Esparza. I hope you are on the right side of history today. Thank you.
All right, up next is Crystal from FHY. Okay. Up next is Mary Mason.
Good morning, council members. First thing I have to say is our homelessness is definitely a result of inexcusable failure of our economic and political system, period. People not wanting to care, people pushing people away because they are less than what they think they are. I don't like that. I'm an advocate for Fresno Homeless Union and a member of the Lived Experience Advisory Board of the FMCOC. It disappoints me to have only 2 additional rep members attending today. NOFO clearly states that COC needs to be more involved, so why aren't any more members here with us? They need to be here to support our homeless individuals in fighting the criminalization of the homelessness. Also, I do have, when they talk about homelessness, having mental issues and drug problems, why are we not building any updated drug rehab facilities? These are all old facilities that people are going to try to become clean from drugs. Why aren't we having updating stuff like that for them? I mean, that'd be a lot better for them, you know? But the other thing too is Fresno City, Fresno County, why are there so many smoke shops around here? Sometimes I've seen 3 smoke shops on one city block. That does nothing but promote drug use, period. I mean, and there's a lot of smoke shops. I hold Fresno accountable for that. You guys are causing a drug problem too. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Des.
Don't start my time because I need to get my glasses on. Hello, good morning. I actually have paperwork for you guys. I'd like to hand to this gentleman in front of me. I don't know if you guys received copies, but we have a petition online where we have almost 400 signatures in less than 48 hours. So I'd like to hand these to you. Also, there is a map in here that has been done for you guys also. And also, you guys received a letter yesterday from the ACLU, and if you don't have a copy, I will share mine with you. So I just want to make sure you guys have your copy. You got your copy?
You can give them to the clerk.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks.
You guys have your copy? Okay, good. So this map that you have in front of you, this map represents the schools, daycares only. This is about 20% of Fresno. This map does not show you the libraries, unhoused shelters, unhoused navigation centers, warming centers, cooling centers, nor does it show you guys the private property. So there's a little example of where we will be allowed to go after that's placed. D6, Cedar, where are you at, Butterfield? God damn, this man's always leaving. D6, you can hear me back there. Cedar, Plymouth, Millbrook, Brandywine Lane, County Pockets, residential area, public property, Shepherd, Willow, Clovis, California Pocket, Chestnut, Alluvial, County Pocket, east side of Chestnut Sidewalk is the county pocket over there. Willow and Knees, Clovis Pocket. Somerville Drive has an amazing little triangle county pocket over 1,000 feet from the park, which will be a great place for us to rest. A lot of trees over there too. Beautiful area you have, beautiful. D4, you have 2 county pockets. One very large one too. I'd be very concerned, but you do hold the most daycares and schools in your district, sir. Tyler, I don't know where you're at, but congratulations. You're pretty much protected, but you are open around Bullard and 41 area, open around Peach, Dakota, perfect for resources because that's where the county put them. So it looks like everything on the other side of Melody Park is pretty much open for us. D7, there's so many county pockets, I'm trying to figure out who you're representing, but I would be very concerned because you got a lot of county pockets over there. D3, you're open in South 9141 crossover split all the way down to the county lines, Olive down to 180 over to Cornelia, west of Chandler Airport, and also there's a huge city pocket I never knew about that's out in the county I'm gonna go check out. That could be liable for us. D2, Blackstone down to San Joaquin River over to Palm. There's a couple schools right there in your district, sir, but it opens up around West or Van Ness area, but all the way over to San Joaquin Country Club. Then we have Shaw and Marks, maybe down to Grantland, all the way out to San Joaquin River, which is great because it does have hot summers here in Fresno. Fig Garden Loop is a county, pretty much open. Chavez asked about lawsuits. You need to look into Garcia versus City of LA, Warren versus Chico, and just in March of 2023, a federal judge just ruled that criminalizing the unhoused is unconstitutional.
Thank you, Des.
Thank you.
Up next is Wes White. Wes White.
Hello. From Wes White, Salinas Monterey County Homeless Union, part of the California Homeless Union, part of the National Union of the Homeless, which is part of the Poor People's Campaign, a national call for moral revival. Just wanted to point out that there's a lot of jurisdictions that are going through this very same thing. It seems like, I'm from Steinbeck country, and it seems like 100 years later, we're still doing the same thing. People are just getting routed out. I'm gonna say that people need running water and electricity. If you want to spend money in the name of the homeless, or do you want it to go directly to? Because that's where it needs to go, is directly to. 400 square feet in a structure, 20 by 20, running water, electricity, showers, laundry. These are basic essentials, a door that locks. You want to talk about getting rid of the post-traumatic stress or mental illness, drug addiction. The mental illness is passing this ordinance. You know, we got the 2 comma club and the 3 comma club, millionaires, billionaires. That's everybody attacking and feeding on the 0 comma club and the 1 comma club. So stop being cannibals and spend your money wisely, saving people's lives, because that's really what this does come down to, is people's lives. Permission is the cheapest form of money to give. You don't even have to drive them out. You're paying a bunch of people to get rid of them, steal all their belongings, call it trash. This is people's lives. Food, clothing, shelter. We'll give you food, we'll give you clothing, but if you can't afford the shelter, we're taking it all back. And this is almost like a gang. You're still working and operating like a gang. There's so many people. You're upending inalienable constitutional rights. People have a right to survive and exist and be, and they don't have, it's not about how much money you got in your pocket. You know, it's about life and liberty and the pursuit of happiness. Where are those at? How are you fulfilling that? You need to reallocate your money. And actually, I'm so impressed with all these folks here. I think they should run for office and take over your seats so that they will do the job that you're not doing. Stop the sweeps.
Thank you, Wes. Is Crystal back? Did she leave? Okay. Up next, we have Smiley.
Good morning, still. Council members, Council President. My name is Smiley G. I live at 2960 East Illinois, District 7. First, I want to say that I think the liaison, the LGBTQ liaison, is a no-brainer. So hopefully that can just be included in the budget with the other community affair people that the mayor has. But really, I'm here in opposition of this ordinance, Article 21. Really, as we've been hearing, what this feels like is an attack on the homeless, especially with the draconian weather that we have here. It feels like, well, it's true that the unhoused are going to die when they're being attacked like this, even more so. And it's very backward thinking, I think, that Fresno is trying to fix the homeless problem by attacking the homeless. And that's not going to help them or incentivize them to be unhomeless. Of course, a lot of them don't want to be on the street. And so some of these things that, well, a lot of this, I could see how the article here talks about how we're trying to make a compromise. And of course, if there was a homeless tent on a baseball field and someone rented it, that wouldn't make sense. And I see how that's written in some of this ordinance. But all of the other stuff in there is an attack. I'd like to read, I have 1 minute. Without prior notice, the city may move or may immediately impound any personal property, whether attended or unattended. This is an attack on the unhoused. It's not going to fix the housing problem that we have here. It's only going to make it worse. Please reconsider this and focus on ways to really fix the problem. This is like trying to hide an illness by just covering it up. Doesn't do anything. Thank you.
Thank you, Smiley. Up next is David Willis.
Hello, City Council. My name is David Willis. I live at 104 East Sierra Avenue, Space 41, which is currently named La Hacienda Mobile Estates, and it used to be called Trails End Mobile Home Park. We've had a good 2+ years of serious drama. I've lived there since 1999. That's a quarter of a century. I mean, I've got everything dialed in. I was there when the city of Fresno sued George Santikian and took away his license to operate. I was there when the city of Fresno appointed Mark Adams from LA. That was to be the receiver, to rid the park of all code violations. And then I was there when the city of Fresno paved the driveways with asphalt. I want to thank you very much for that. Now, this is an old problem here. Now Harmony Corporation owns it, and they want to shut it down. Shut it down, man. In 12 months, they want to. What's going on? I'm sorry. The scene at 104 East Sierra is now quite dismal. Over 20 evictions have taken place, a tragic plague out of 60 original spaces. A tragic plague of people losing their home. Everybody lives in fear of Harmony finding some new way to evict them. I mean, it's cold-hearted down there, just plain cruel, inhumane. My dear friend Patsy Carver with an elderly husband, very disabled, 30-year resident, living on $1,200 a month. Moving is going to be an extreme hardship for her. I mean, economically and mobile-wise, too. And where could she go on her income? And with a very disabled husband. My dear friend Sharon Smith, space 32, 30-year resident. Disabled, living on $1,200 a month also. Moving will be an extreme hardship for her. And where can she go? Trailer parks are like synonymous with retirement. Let Caritas take over. The nonprofit organization, that's Caritas. I think you're currently considering letting them take over and be a more humane. I mean, Harmony took over. They misled you. They deceived you. Now I want you to do something humane for that. I want you to end the nightmare, take it back, and give us our homes back. That'd be sweet. Thank you. Thank you very much.
David. Up next is Cindy P. Welcome, Cindy.
Good morning. Give me a minute, please. Good morning, Council. I would ask that you oppose you. I'm against you. I'm with the Fresno Homeless Union. I'm also with Christ Helping Hands, Fresno Church. This ordinance is too broad, like I said before, but I want to read what amendments it's going to be violating that I'm aware of. That's 4. Protects people from unreasonable searches and seizures by the government, which this ordinance would do. Amendment 8, excessive bail should not be required, nor excessive fines imposed, nor cruel and unusual punishments inflicted. Amendment 14 prohibits the states from depriving any person of life, liberty, or property without fair treatment under the law. And this is what God says about, some of what God says. There's a lot in the Bible. James 2. For if there come into your assembly a man with a gold ring in goodly apparel, and there come in also a poor man in vile raiment, and ye have respect to him that weareth the happy clothing, and say unto him, sit there in a good place, and say to the poor, stand over there or sit under my footstool, are ye not then partial in yourselves, and are become judges of evil thoughts? Hearken, my beloved brethren, hath not God chosen the poor of this world rich in faith and heirs of the kingdom, which he had promised to them that love him? But ye have despised the poor. Do not rich men oppress you and draw you before the judgment seats? You know, it is my prayer that you guys have compassion and realize it. Now, I got a call right before I came in here. I have an LGBTQ homeless young man that a city worker at a local park and community center went up to him and asked him, have that lady in the van come get you, because I have been by his side for 3 months now. Pavarello has failed to help him with any of his needs. He's all ready. We got 1 more week to get 1 more document. Where am I going to, he asked me if I could please come take him somewhere. Where do I take him? Where do I take him? I don't know. I'm going to find a spot for him, though.
Thank you, Cindy. Up next is Robert Aguirre.
Hello. I'd like to dispel some things that are commonly misunderstood, particularly about the unhoused. Having heard about people that complain that the unhoused are mentally ill, that they're addicts, and that they're criminals, I just want to point out, I looked on Megan's list. Permanent residents in the city of Fresno, there are 1,509 registered sex offenders. Of those 1,509, there are 42 that are in violation. I also did a search on transients. There are 91 registered transients, 30 of which are in violation. As far as mental health goes, the actual statistic is that 40% of all Americans have some sort of mental issue. There are 10 of you up on the dais right now. 4 of you more than likely have mental issues. Look around, you probably know who they are. Okay? So as far as criminals go, I think you can find out just by asking your chief of police what the records are as far as how many people have committed major crimes in the city of Fresno, and you'll find out that probably most of them are housed. The majority of people that are unhoused are always looking for survival. Their problems are, how do I get something to eat? Where do I sleep tonight? Who's going to come in and take my things? What do I need to do to protect myself? If I'm a woman, 50% of the women living outdoors have been raped. Okay? And that's not even molestation. That's outright rape. So we're talking about putting in a law that will further victimize the victims. This is not a problem that people call or refer to as homeless. This is a housing problem. According to your own housing element, you have completed elements, 1,158 units that are above moderate income. You have none that are at moderate income. You have 75 deed restricted low income, 22 low income non-deed restricted. And the thing that we're most concerned about is 213 very low income deed restricted and 55 very low non-deed restricted. When you have a ratio like this, you know that you're building housing for people that can afford it. You're not building housing for people that
Thank you,
are
Robert.
on the edge.
Thank
So
you, Robert.
please, reconsider.
Up next, we have Robin McGehee.
Thank you. I want to first say thank you for your family legacy of public service to this community, not only you, but your family before you. Your willingness to boldly and openly speak out and represent our community is something that I commend, and I can't thank you enough. Thank you to the council members who were willing to meet with us and to those who sat among us and offered support. I cannot thank you enough for that support. I also want to say that I stand in solidarity with the Sit, Lie, and Stand organizers because many of our youth are kicked out of their home and only find safety in the places that are listed as violations, including schools, public parks, etc. My two children who are in the job market themselves struggle to figure out how they'll be able to afford housing in this local community because the unemployment rate and the cost of housing sometimes makes that struggle more real. I also want to argue that as a queer activist and community member, I pray they do not find themselves unhoused and unsupported like many of our community does. I also want to stand in solidarity with the pickleball people in the House. For the 4 last administrations, I have been part of a community effort, including Alan Autry, Ashley Swearingen, Lee Brand, and now our current mayor, Jerry Dyer, to promote a liaison within city government. Although I deeply support the need of community funds for our local LGBTQ organizations, especially our largest organizations who serve the largest parts of our community and the activities that they provide, I am deeply advocating for a liaison who has the equivalent support and ear of the mayor, city council, and countless other community liaisons, and has the same equity of those positions that currently exist. I'd also like to point out a reminder that we are a part of all of the groups that have representation, but many of the times we are left out of being a true community partner. We are also a part of the youth, elder, BIPOC, and homeless contingents that are underrepresented, underreported because of their LGBT status. If you look at other major cities, you will see an LGBT liaison is very important, and it is also a successful structure. Why do I care? Ultimately, I am a county resident, but I care about this city as a Fresno resident. If you tell people in Fig Garden that they are not a part of this city government, I will tell you that they will laugh at you because they sit in a county seat, but they protest, they work, they participate in their churches as Fresno city citizens. I am a personal advocate because I believe in the mayor's message of One Fresno, which this city of Fresno City Council, I hope, is trying to reflect. I have walked precincts, volunteered, and donated, and will continue to do so for those who stand for our community having access, not just funding to take care of a hemorrhaging need that some organizations provide. Finally, fist in the air to the city council members who walked out on the hate speech of you, Councilmember Bredefield, and shame on you for not having the Christ-like heart that I thought our city represented.
Thank you, Robin. Up next is DeAngelique Jackson, followed by Lauren Hubbard.
Good morning. I'm here addressing you all today as a young person, a community organizer, an advocate, not only for our homeless community, for our Black and Brown, Indigenous, our BIPOC community, and our trans community. The Sit, Lie, Sleep ordinance is mainly what I'd like to come to talk about today. I think limiting somebody to a backpack standing on a sidewalk and saying that you're going to confiscate their stuff or put them in harm's way with the law is a little bit unsafe for our residents. I'd like that this be reconsidered, and I'd like that more time be taken on it, because at the end of the day, when we think about Fresno's homeless population and our rates, since the pandemic, Fresno has been within the top 5 largest cities to see a rent hike. We have been in the middle of a homelessness crisis. And I think acting on this, incriminating our citizens is not the way to go about it. I think we could look at rent control. We could look at building tiny homes and things of that nature. The other thing that I wanted to comment on is the LGBTQ liaison within the Office of Community Affairs. I think this is something that we should take seriously as a community. So with that, thank you for your time, and I hope that you really consider voting no on the sit, lie, sleep ordinance, because it is very harmful.
Thank you, DeAngelique. Lauren is up next.
Good morning, Council. My name is Lauren Hubbard. My pronouns are he, him, and today I wanted to use my voice to share my strong opposition to the proposed sit, lie, sleep storage ordinance that seeks to criminalize homelessness. And while I do understand the challenges that our city faces in addressing this complex issue, the approach that this ordinance brings is fundamentally flawed and will only exacerbate the problem instead of providing meaningful solutions. Criminalization is not the answer. Compassion and comprehensive support is. Homelessness is a societal issue that stems from a multitude of factors that we should focus our efforts in addressing. The systemic problems that contribute to homelessness that this council can actually address, like the lack of affordable housing, adding mental health support, address addiction, and the economic disparities that have plagued the city for too long. By making homelessness a crime, we are essentially punishing people for the circumstances that are beyond their control. Understanding that criminalization does not address the underlying issues and fails to recognize that these individuals that are experiencing homelessness are already victims of policy failures, policies that are made and can be changed by this council. So with that being said, we must strive for a compassionate and inclusive society and that values dignity and the well-being of all its members. Doing this ordinance only deepens the divisions and fails to address the systemic issues at play. We should work together to develop this comprehensive policy that engages partnerships, community organizations, and nonprofits. This is a misguided ordinance, and we should pursue humanity instead of criminalization. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Lauren. Clerk, do we have anyone online that wishes to speak?
Yes, we have Debbie Darden. 9.
Debbie, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, City Council. I am coming before you guys on behalf of the Cecil C. Hinton Center as the president of the board with a proposal for the city parks. The city parks, there is a city park that's adjacent to the center. There's also a pedestrian entrance to both sides that was installed by the city. The problem with the park in that area is it has very limited parking, which has been a problem for years for us because of the limited parking. We would like to partner with the city parks. We have approximately 40 plus parking stalls where we could partner with them. There's all kind of activities that take place at this park. Once again, it tends to be a problem when you have too much parking in the areas coming around the curve near our middle school, and then the traffic in the areas of housing. So once again, we'd like to offer a proposal, hopefully to set up a meeting with parks to be able to set up something to where they can lease the parking spaces at the Cecil C. Hinton Center. Thank you.
Who do we have next? Next up, we have Marissa Moraza. Okay, Marissa, the floor is yours.
Hi, good morning, Council. Marisa Moraza, pronoun she, her, hers, Campaign Director with Power California Action. I'm here to speak on several items. First, to oppose item 1U. I support the statements of community members who have spoken before me in opposition of this item. And also thank you to Councilmember Correa for voting no on this ordinance. We know that stable housing provides the foundation needed for our youth, elders, LGBTQ community, and families to focus on and improve their mental and physical health. Also, it's Pride Month, we know. Appreciate that there was a proclamation at the beginning of this meeting that there will be flag raising as well. But this is also an opportunity to really talk about the struggles that the LGBTQ community is facing in regards to housing. Thank you for folks who have spoken on this before me as well. And also wanted to uplift the Nowhere to Go report that Dr. Faubert was a part of in collaboration with Trans Emotion and the EOC LGBTQ Resource Center. In this study with over 600 participants, LGBTQ individuals who responded, 62% are renters in the county. And also this population notes high levels of harassment and also threats of eviction. We know when we support and fund resources for the most vulnerable, all are helped. That is why community has been pushing for and asking for an eviction protection program of $4 million, a rent control ordinance with just cause resolutions, funding for housing improvement and rehabilitation projects. Thank you for the motion of $100 million or $1 million, to acquire a building for a youth LGBTQ center. Let's keep going. Let's keep funding projects that are going to help promote housing, safety, stability, and protecting vulnerable populations. And as we finalize this budget this budget season, I hope, Council, that you're asking yourselves, who are you prioritizing? Who are you listening to? Who are you resourcing? The community will be watching. Council, based on conversations with y'all in the past, we know that Council is interested in tenant protections. So let's take action now by allocating funding this budget cycle. The City of Fresno does not have to repeat the mistakes of the past by making the same decisions that have left Black, Indigenous people of color behind. Instead, we must have the courage to take care and choose to invest in us now when we need relief and support the most. Honor our humanity. It's time to take action now. Thank you.
Next, we have Kai Walker.
Hi, my name is Kai Walker, and I'm a constituent of District 1 and a member of the LGBTQ community. I would like to speak in support of the City of Fresno designating funds to the LGBTQ community, specifically an LGBTQ liaison. It has been mentioned several times that HRC announced a national state of emergency for LGBTQ individuals. This applies to Fresno as white supremacist, homophobic, and transphobic extremists terrorize our community members and spaces. It is time the city puts the needs of vulnerable residents first, and 400 other community members agree with me. Secondly, I'd like to speak against the sit, lie, sleep, and store ordinance. This ordinance treats houselessness as a vanity issue and does nothing to help the circumstances of people who are experiencing extreme hardship. Where should an unhoused person go if they cannot exist in public spaces? If you did not have your home, if you were living paycheck to paycheck and lost your job, where would you go? The shelters are full, housing is unaffordable, and resources are overcrowded. And the only solution our city can come up with is to harass and dehumanize some of the most vulnerable people in our community, including taking their possessions, displacing them, and eradicating them from public view. Thank you to the many community members and organizations who put in the time and effort to protect our community, and I hope the City of Fresno can do just as good as they can.
Next, we have Ashley Crystal Rojas.
Hi, Council. Ashley Crystal Rojas, a resident of District 3 and 5th Gen Fresno, calling in this morning, and I'd like for us to say their names: Brianna Brinton, Kathy Escueda, and Eric Bennett, 3 of the many community members who have died as a result of policy decisions in our community persecuting poverty. I'm calling to speak in opposition to the sit, lay, sleep policy. It is heartless and regressive, and I want to thank Councilmember Perea for being the singular dissenting vote during its introduction. I also want to thank Councilmember Arias for your commitment to the unhoused community. You have made a lot of efforts to provide resources and support, and I hope you continue down that path and do not move to pass this effort today. I also want to thank you, Councilmember Arias, for the introduction of the opportunity to create a crisis housing center for LGBTQ youth. It's desperately needed in our community. Thank you for making that motion. I also want to thank the folks who have spoken before me. They are the leaders this community has been asking for. And I want to remind folks that you can run for office. These seats are yours, and there is plenty of help and resource in our community to make that happen. So please consider a run for office. Any of those seats could be yours. And definitely want to echo sentiments for an LGBTQ liaison. Today, hearing our community is a day that makes me proud to be 5th Gen Fresno. And I hope our city council hears and affirms our community today, instead of stepping on and over community voice and then asking why folks don't show up. Thank you.
Next, we have Pedro Navarro Cruz.
Hello, good morning. My name is Pedro Navarro Cruz. I'm a District 3 resident and resident of Fresno for the last 22 years. Thank you all for the opportunity to speak today. I'm calling in today in support of the Eviction Protection Program budget and the City Attorney budget, the LGBTQ liaison in the Mayor's office, and also to say a big no on 1U, the Sit, Lie, Sleep ordinance. 1U feels like image control of the failed policies from this body when in fact you can help struggling human beings by investing in resources like mental health services and passing rent control for a problem you clearly do not have under control, especially if you're willing to resort to violence. You have the power to spread compassion, but instead you continue to be complacent and rely on criminalization. I pray that you all as a body get it together. Also, I want to point out the elephant in the Parks Department and Parks Resources overall, which is the entitlement and special attention which the Fresno Area Pickleball Group is receiving. According to the Sports and Fitness Industry Association, the average income of the person that chooses to play recreational pickleball is $100,000 per year. May I remind you that the average household income in Fresno is $57,000. So when the pickleball lobbyists say pickleball courts for everyone, not only are they lying, but they are using their self-entitlement to contribute to failing on giving opportunities to youth that need creative solutions for the slow and misused Measure P funds. The Fresno Area Pickleball 200 people membership is not only unimpressive at all, and it only justifies what I'm sharing. One of those creative solutions is a national initiative by the U.S. Soccer Foundation called the Safe Places to Play initiative from the U.S. Soccer Foundation's website. In communities where space is at a premium, the U.S. Soccer Foundation developed what they call the mini pitch. These small, customized hardcourt spaces perfectly suited for organized soccer programs and pickup games. Not only do mini pitches provide quality surfaces for children and adults, but they also transform the look and feel of neighborhoods, end quote. The way the program works is the U.S. Soccer Foundation finds corporate sponsors for jurisdictions like the city of Fresno to receive funding for futsal courts, which also includes a multi-use court option to gift the funding of futsal courts. They do this because they know nationally lower income youth are disproportionately disadvantaged in being able to play soccer year round. So these courts are offering a solution nationwide, except in Fresno. Alongside the U.S. Soccer Foundation, we have requested to meet with the Parks Department so the city of Fresno can receive the gift of funding for these safe places to play. However, our requests to meet have been denied and funding ends up going to other cities. We didn't ask for general funds or Measure P funds, yet we still go ignore. All while pickleball is getting Measure P funding from the highest need bucket and general funds. Multi-use courts are common worldwide. The only difference is that our local pickleball group has a self-entitlement about them that is being perpetuated by elected officials and the Parks Department. While we are willing to settle for multi-use courts, because we are constantly ignored and marginalized. Please make decisions based on compassion. Tú eres mi otro yo, you are my other me. Spread some love, Fresno. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Next up is Eric Gray. Eric? Next, we have Ruben Espinoza.
Hello, good morning, City Council. My name is Ruben Espinoza, policy advocate with Fresno Barrios Unidos, and I'm calling in today to show support for the $2.6 million in the eviction protection program, as well as the LGBTQ liaison. I just want to say how important an LGBTQ liaison is for this city, as throughout the year we see them endure aspersions and attacks, not only from hate groups like the Proud Boys, but also even aspersions and hate speech from this dais. I also want to encourage that we look at the crossovers of who is committing this hate in our city, and it's the same folks that came up to your door, Mr. Arias. The group that continues to ally itself with the Proud Boys, the extreme right-wing lunatics, and also want to oppose the sit, lie, sleep ordinance. As you've heard from many advocates for the LGBTQ community say that this overwhelmingly and disproportionately impacts the LGBTQ community and would only further criminalize instead of help them. So I say let's team up together with the community and make smart policy that will help better the lives of everybody in Fresno. And thank you for your time.
Next is Carla Martinez.
Hi, this is Carla Martinez with Leadership Council. First, I do want to echo the sentiments said by folks at proposed item 1U. Efforts should instead be concentrated in implementing solutions such as rent control with tenant protections, safe lots and services. And as you all continue budget conversations today, we need to continue to fund the eviction protection program. We want to emphasize the importance of keeping a program like this running and urge the City Council to fund the eviction protection program for $4 million per year to expand the program in order to have education, outreach, and the housing services to go beyond eviction. We do continue to refer folks over to this and have heard success stories of folks avoiding evictions on their records and having their families stay housed. We recommend general fund or local housing trust fund dollars be allocated to continue the expansion and continuation of this program. When we talk about solving our homelessness crisis, this program is just one solution to that, not the sit, lie, sleep ordinance. Lastly, I want to make comments in support of item 1G. We are excited to see this project move forward and executing the funds to finally get the residents of Three Palms Mobile Home Park clean and safe water. For years, the residents of Three Palms have had to purchase and use bottled water to cook, clean dishes, and shower in while still having to pay for water in their monthly bill. We do look forward to seeing this water connection occur and hope to see a wastewater resolution come forward soon. Thank you.
Next, we have Alexandria Alvarado.
Hello, council members and city staff. My name is Alexandra Alvarado. I'm a community organizer with Grace in the Valley. I'm calling in today to oppose 1U, which is criminalizing homelessness. Already, people are harassed and threatened, bullied on the streets of Fresno. The city of Fresno is choosing to criminalize our communities when they are nearly surviving by sitting, sleeping, resting, and eating, all activities everyone in this room does. Instead of looking to cities who have imposed similar ordinances, instead of criminalization, which is most humane, expensive, and least effective way of addressing homelessness, look to Charlotte, North Carolina. The city saved $2.4 million in a year after creating a housing first facility. Consider housing and not handcuffs approach. Invest in people, invest in harm reduction services. For the liaison position for the LGBTQ plus community, beyond performative actions or allyship, this liaison position is low-hanging fruit for this administration. Let's get this position solidified. Lastly, we support the continued funding for the EPP program. In addition, some really important key parts that will help this program is a hotline to support tenants, legal representation for tenants facing unlawful detainers, and real-time, same-day legal advice and representation at the courthouse on eviction days. Thank you.
Next, we have Eric Gray.
Eric, if you're talking, you're muted.
Go ahead and unmute your microphone, Eric. Looks like we're having trouble with Eric.
Okay.
Hello?
There we go.
Can you hear me now?
Eric, you have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Eric, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. My issue of today is the mental health and y'all taking people's stuff that shouldn't be taken, and I think that's wrong. Y'all ain't nothing but a modern day gang up there at City Hall. And y'all need to pay more attention to what's going on out there with the homeless. Y'all sitting behind y'all desk and not really paying attention and just listening to what people say, and y'all still not paying attention. Because when people's talking, y'all not paying attention to them. Y'all walking around talking to each other, and that's wrong. Y'all need to pay attention to what's really going on in Fresno. Not just the homeless, it's the mental illness that's out here. Now, they are out here getting on drugs, and that's dangerous. And y'all need to do something about it.
Clerk, anyone? Go ahead, Eric.
Yes, and I will give it to y'all. Y'all did fix up a lot of homeless shelters out here. I'm in one of them, and I appreciate that. But back to the ones that's not in here and the ones that's out there and the elderly, they're the one that really need it. Y'all need to quit forgetting about them and start going out there and visiting them, letting them know that y'all are here to help them instead of pushing them away. In that ordinance that y'all trying to get started, where you can't be here and you can't be there, what is y'all trying to do? Police this county or what? Y'all need to stop that. We don't need that. It's already bad enough that it's a lot of peoples out here that's homeless that really need help. And then y'all gonna take their belongings. Some of them been having their belongings with them for years. And y'all wanna take it and tell peoples where they can and can't sit or sit down or rest. I don't know what's going on with y'all. Y'all need to get out there personally and get out there and see what's going on instead of sitting behind y'all high-paid desks. I don't think that's right. And half of y'all don't really care what these people are talking about. You can see it in y'all face. Y'all can't wait till this is over with, and then y'all go sit in y'all high-paid office and laugh and talk about it. Yeah. If we all get together and start striking, I think things will get started. And I'm all for it. Whoever ready to strike City Hall, I'm for it. To get the mentally ill off the street and the elderly. Because it's dangerous out there for them. And y'all need to do something about it real bad. And that's all I have to say. And again, I appreciate y'all for the homeless shelters that y'all don't put together and
Thank you,
y'all
Eric.
putting together.
There are no more speakers.
Thank you. Okay.
Council President, interim, I'd like to withdraw 1C and 1D from contested and leave it on consent agenda.
Okay, Councilmember Arias has withdrawn 1C and 1D, so those will remain on the consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the ballots of the consent calendar?
So move.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Arias, a second by Councilmember Carbasi. Any opposition?
Council President, was it item 1C and 1D that are now back on consent?
Correct.
That's correct.
Okay, no opposition.
Any opposition? Nope, okay. Then the item passes 6-0. I just want to reiterate too, my recorded no vote on 1U previously. All right, we're going to move on to contested consent. First item is going to be 1G, actions pertaining to a water connection to serve 3 Palms Mobile Home Park. That was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Is staff present? Staff, can you, for the benefit of the public, provide us a quick summary of what this item would result in and what the timeline is?
Sure. Good morning, City Council. Brock Buki, Director of Public Utilities. In summary, the single well that serves the mobile home park is contaminated by TCP, and the state has been working diligently throughout the state to connect small systems to larger systems, and this would be an example of that. We're doing it with state money so that the ratepayers are not subsidizing this connection, and it's just taking a while for this money to become available. Once we get it, hold on one sec. How quickly do they make the connection? It only takes us a few days. It has to be destroyed as well as about 2 months. Once we receive the money, probably be 2 months before we had everything completed.
All right, thank you, Director. And just for the benefit of the council, this is one of these mobile home parks that have been part of the city for probably 100 years, but have been on their own system, and they've been asking to connect to the city's good quality water. And the city has patiently waited for state funding to be able to do that. There's no city general fund dollars, as has been in other occasions, being utilized or ratepayer money for this. So thank you for the work, and thank you to residents of the mobile home park for being patient as we got the grant money. With that, I'll make a motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve item 1G by Councilmember Arias, a second by Councilmember Esparza. Any opposition? Seeing none, the item passes 6-0. Next item is 110. That was pulled by Councilmember Bredfield.
Yeah, a couple of questions.
Good morning, Council.
Couple of questions. What's the status of Woodward Park with pickleball?
So we are working with planning on some environmental just approvals. So right now we have no contracts in place for any design. We're working through that process and expect to have that resolved here in the next 30 days.
Okay, and what's the length of time to actually get construction and done with Woodward Park? I'm just curious. I mean, is it a year, 2 years? What kind of time frame are we talking about?
I think, we'd go through the procurement process to secure a architect or engineer to design that. I believe on something like that. Look into Public Works, sorry.
Sure.
Staff, we need to put a hold to the meeting for a quick second.
Okay.
I appreciate that.
No, we have 4. Is she leaving?
Okay, we're gonna come back to this item. Next item is 1T, pulled by Councilmember Bredfield.
So is this mystery ride or program on buses, is this required?
Yes, it's required by the FTA as part of the ADA process that we have to go through. What it is basically on each of our buses, there's an audio system as well as a visual system that alerts the rider to where the bus is pulling up to and the next stop. And so the mystery riders basically jump on to ensure that all the ADA items on our buses are working. Because this bid was, because this particular bid was so high, we decided to reject it, and we're going to continue to have our supervisors do this work.
Okay, the thing I'm just wondering, Greg, I mean, it feels like it's spying on our bus drivers.
No, actually it's not. It's not just about the bus drivers itself. It's mostly the automation system that we have on our buses. So all of that is automated when it comes to the audio. It's part of our CAD AVL, computer automated dispatch, automatic vehicle locator system. So the bus knows that we're coming up to Shaw and Blackstone. It will say that automatically. But if that was to go down, the driver is then responsible for doing that call out. But again, our automation pretty much does that on a regular basis.
Okay. All right, but all of this is being, your request is to reject the bid?
Yes, rejected bids. It was far over our estimated cost.
Okay, make a motion to approve.
Thank you.
Okay, for item 1T, we have a motion by Councilmember Bredefield, a second by Councilmember Carbasi. Any opposition? Seeing none, the item passes 6-0.
Okay, so we're going to go back to item 1O, and I know Councilmember Redefeld is the one that pulled that, so you have the floor, Councilmember.
Okay, so we were talking about what the timeline would be to actually get construction for the Woodward Park one. Just curious.
So we anticipate with Public Works being back in front of council for the award of the design contract later July of this year. And then beyond that, we're looking at about 15 to 18 months for design based on the complexity.
Okay, and the timeline for the actual construction for Rotary as well as Vidland?
So we'll go through design with this contract here, and then we're looking at about 9 months to 12 months for the design, which would then take us into fiscal year, more likely 25 for construction.
Okay, so we're talking about a year before construction begins?
Correct.
For both of them? And do you know what the cost for the construction will be?
I do. So based off of our numbers, we're looking at approximately for Rotary East for 8 courts, $695,000 for construction.
Okay, and that's not been budgeted yet, right?
That's correct.
And that would be the same for Vinland?
Approximately correct.
Okay. So I'd like to make a motion for the 695 for Rotary and the 695 for Vinland.
Okay, could you hold that until we do the budget later today, because we don't have the budget staff here tracking? I would appreciate it.
Well, we're going to send you also
Okay.
an email. You want me to, I'll wait if you want.
Are we prepared to accept budget motions, clerk? Are you ready? Or you want to wait until we do the budget stuff?
It would be cleaner if we waited to the budget
Yeah,
motion.
we'll wait.
Thank you.
Anything for you, city manager.
Anything?
Not anything.
Are you going to make a motion on the item, Councilmember?
Make a motion to approve, please.
Motion by Councilmember Redefeld, seconded by Councilmember Esparza, and I got it right this time. Any opposition? Motion passes 5-0, and we'll get the Council Vice President back in here. Thank you. That was the last vote of consent, yes.
All right, so that ends contested consent. What we're going to do is break for lunch. We're going to come back at 1:30. We're going to go straight into closed session, and then we're going to take on the remainder of the budget items. right, we're back in order. City Attorney, do we have anything to report out of closed session?
No, Council Vice President.
Okay, then at this time, we're going to continue with the Department of Public Utilities. We did the presentation yesterday, so at this time, I'm going to look for council members to pop up with any questions or comments or motions. Does anyone wish to push up?
Is that my cue?
That's someone's cue. Councilmember Arias.
Director, I'm interested in a couple of fronts. Our DPU department usually has a public relations contract or public relations resources, primarily around educating folks on watering day schedules, things of that nature. Where in your budget is that fund, and how much do you have in it?
Actually, we were going to bring an item to City Council to amend the current agreement and add additional funding to that so that we can support the items you mentioned, as well as hopefully moving forward with the Prop 218.
I think he's asking you where in the budget is the line item.
I don't think it is.
You want to come to the mic?
Yeah, come on, get to the front row, budget people.
Get comfortable, DPU, you're asking for a lot of money.
Cindy Williams, Business Manager for Solid Waste Management Division. The line item, and I had it in front of me, is under Public Relations and Information, line item 653303.
How much money is allocated towards that effort?
I don't have the roll-up by department, I just have it by division.
So we can get the roll-up, but it's in that line item probably for each division of
DPU?
Of DPU.
So how is it that we ran out of money already? Why are we out of money? Well, how do we spend it? We haven't done Prop 218, so.
Well, this contract actually was about to expire several months ago, and we just haven't gone out with a solicitation to get a new outfit signed up.
So are you planning to bypass a new RFP and just keep the same contractor and give them more money?
That's the intent, to extend the existing contract that we have and add more money to it.
How much more money are you proposing to add?
I don't have that number in front of me, but I can get it for you.
We just want to, for the current provider, we're just looking to add enough money to get us through some public education prior to, well, and theoretically, prior to and through a Prop 218. And then for the regular, when we're not in utility increase time, just the regular public education and things like that, we're looking to keep some of that work in-house. Some of the items that are produced are things that we could be doing in-house as well.
Well, so the intent is for this contract to continue supporting the billing inserts, the consumer confidence report, and then also the Prop 218, and then some miscellaneous support stuff.
I guess my question, it really is, why aren't we doing that all in-house since we have an expired contract and we have a pretty solid communications team?
Some of it is beyond their capabilities. Like the billing inserts, we work with the consultant, and then they have a printer that does it. The consumer confidence report is a very elaborate report, and it's beyond their assembling and printing capabilities. And so some of this still makes sense to have that support from outside services.
Those are the types of things that go to every single ratepayer. That's our communication team isn't set to do that.
Yeah, I understand how direct mail works, but the people who designed the mail, all that is done, should and could be done in-house. Then you send it to a mail house, and then they ship it out to everyone. Why do we need an expensive marketing firm when we're clearly out of money for that thing? The DPU department's out of money, and the contract expired. I guess
I think, and Georgianne can correct me if I'm wrong, but our in-house group is a small group, and we can't just tax them with everything that we need.
Sure we can.
And so, well, then I think we would have to add positions to help support that.
I mean, again, we've expanded our communications teams to a record level. They're doing quite a bit of stuff on social media, flyers, inserts. What I'm simply saying is, I'm not in a position to support, extending a contract that expired without an RFP and continue to spend on marketing funds when that stuff can be in-house, and when we've gone the record saying that we're out of money in this department and are awaiting potential Prop 218 utility rate increases.
So I want to clarify, once again, I can appreciate your argument with regard to the solid waste division being out of money, but there are multiple divisions in the department that can cover the cost, and many of the items that are covered, for instance, the consumer confidence report is water. Water division has the resources to be able to afford that. So I just want to clarify that statement.
That makes sense. So if you were to bring back a scaled down agreement that just focused on the pieces that cannot be done in-house, I would reconsider. But I'm not in a position to hire a marketing firm to do all communications that could be handled inside.
Well, and we are looking at splitting up those responsibilities. I mean, that is the direction we're going. But as we've been having those discussions, we've come to the conclusion that the inserts and the consumer confidence report, and there are some specialty things that just aren't suited for the in-house. So we can certainly continue that discussion.
And Director, just know that what I struggle with is these notices to consumers on watering days, on whatever comes in the bills, that is basic everyday work. It's never going to go away. So I would anticipate that you would have in-house people that do that in your respective division or department, because that responsibility is a legal requirement and it's not an extra. So relying on a third party to do a legal responsibility of notifying folks on the water quality, watering days, garbage information, I think those belong, fundamentally in-house versus, outside, where we may use a consultant for a one-time type of use. I read the memo that was provided, Director, on utility rate increases, and I know the administration of the city has not yet indicated what is the rate increase being requested for solid waste. So I did my own math, which I know the city manager is going to dislike, but in the absence of the city providing me an actual answer on proposed rate increases, then you leave me to do my own math. So my own math suggests you're seeking a 50% increase in garbage rates. Would you like to clarify the record on what exact increase you've baked into this proposed budget?
So what number did you come up with?
50%.
50%.
Yeah. What's baked into the budget for trash rate increases?
Okay, so once again, we just are doing the scale down rate plan now. We don't have a file number. What we did was we plugged in revenue that we need in order to keep the department from being substantially in the red. And that was, although I have to tell you, the number actually in the memo was incorrect. We were close. The memo said 11,987,000. It's actually 12,100,000, I believe. So we'll just call it 12 million. I understand how, from a math perspective, you want to go and you want to divide. That's how much revenue we need to sustain the department. So we are close to coming in on a number for the rate plan, but maybe some of your math assumes what we're looking at is trying to, it wouldn't be the same amount over a 5-year. That's what we're working with. We're looking at trying to determine kind of a smoothing over a 5-year period. And we're looking at, for instance, this department desperately need vehicles, and we're looking at the things like, instead of purchasing vehicles, we would be leasing vehicles. So we're trying to find a way to keep the cost as low as possible, and we've been running multiple scenarios. We have not completed the scenario. We briefed last night on a version of it. It's still not final, but we do know we need 12 million in revenue for the division.
Your memo that you provided also indicated $3 million in overbilling. I added that to the deficit, so it'd be 15 million, give or take $1. Is that accurate?
I'm sorry, the over.
I don't remember the overbilling portion.
On the memo that you provided the council, there's a footnote on the bottom that indicates that there's $3 million in overbilling that.
No, it says the amount of 3542 excludes the Orange Avenue disposal agreement Fourth Amendment increases, which was being billed at the rate of $42.66 per ton and is currently being disputed by the city. So there wasn't a total amount given, but what we're saying is it excludes.
Exactly. So the overbilling is excluded from your
Correct.
$11 or $12 million. So I included that overbilling because I'm assuming that's also a gap that we have. So walk me through what you've essentially indicated, city manager, is you've built a budget on assumption of revenue that you believe you need to continue operating status quo. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so what I'm trying to ascertain clearly is what is that amount, which I've heard as 12 million, minus the overbilling, which, right, because you're
So
excluding
Cindy
it.
and Brock, if we were to have included the 4266 per ton, that 12 million would increase. Where are you, Cindy?
No.
Oh, okay.
I think that was inclusive. That was inclusive.
Okay, hold on.
So I guess the memo's a little more confusing than.
Trash disposal tipping fees have increased from $28.47 per ton to $35.42 per ton. We'll have to get back to you on that, council
Okay.
member.
Yeah, and I'm trying to be very, very thoughtful, city manager, of not putting bad numbers out there.
Yes.
But what I've received so far totally confuses me. What I do know is the budget assumes a rate increase, but that rate increase is yet to be determined, which puts me in a predicament of approving a budget when I don't know what that assumption is. All these budgets that we get have exact amounts. 1.2 million, 300,000, the motions are very
But
specific
they're
to
projections.
50,000.
The revenue are always projections.
But their projections are clearly identified within an amount.
Right, so I'm projecting that we need $12-ish million to finish the year in the black.
Okay, can I clarify what the note is saying?
Yes.
So it's talking about.
Can we do that,
Hold on,
Director?
Brock.
Can we do that offline? I don't want to be confused more and then confuse
Well, I
everyone
don't
else
think
more.
it's confusing. It just says that the trash disposal tipping fee have increased from $28.47 per ton to $35.42 per ton over the period of 2009 to present. And then the note below says that that number excludes Amendment 4, which would have been the increase from the 3542 to the 4266. So I'm just drawing a comparison on what the rates were back in 2009 to what they are without the Amendment
Okay.
4 addition in there.
So it was not connected to the 12 million number. So the
No,
12
it's not
million number
connected.
includes everything.
Yes, it does.
Okay, thank you.
I almost need a whole visual chart of what all that means.
We'll get some crayons out and draw it out for you. Or we
yeah,
can bring
it's-
Professor Esparza out to whiteboard it for us.
I think the economic professor would confuse us both even more. Ultimately, what I'm asking for is, what is the assumption on a rate increase that's being proposed in this budget so that we know if this body does not approve a rate increase, if the voters don't approve a rate increase, what is the end result of how much money we're going to have to find from somewhere else, right?
And I'll tell you, it's $12 million or not purchasing equipment and not filling positions.
So that equates to what percentage rate increase?
I've said it 2 times, I'll say it a 3rd time. We don't have a final rate plan that determines what the rate increase is. So I don't have that to give, I have the total number for you.
Okay.
And if we don't realize that number, then we will do what every other department in the city does when revenue is not realized. We'll cut expenses and we'll hold vacancies. That's what we did this year in order to finish in the black. We were projected to finish over 3 million in the red, and we ended up having vacancies and deferring some equipment, and we barely finished in the black. Exact same scenario.
Except that we pay for overbilling, right?
For, yes.
That is being disputed, and I don't
yes.
know how much can be shared right now.
And I don't want to get into that right now either.
Right.
But
it wasn't 3 million. It's somewhere between 600 and 900,000 a year.
for how many years?
Since it was implemented.
Fourth Amendment.
2019?
Yeah, but we're only talking about last budget year. I mean, if,
So 3 years? 4 years? All right, well, as you can see, there's a whole lot of conversations that we really can't have, and I'm just seeking clarity here on when I have to answer to residents when they ask me, how much are you assuming we're gonna approve, or would you need to approve in order for the budget to remain in black? I yet don't have an answer.
12 million.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean 12 million paid for by the general fund, 12 million paid for by ratepayers.
So
12 million paid for by water,
So
loan from the water
deferring
department.
a rate increase only makes the impacts worse as we drag this out. So each year that we're postponing it, the amount that it takes to be able to get us back into the black just keeps increasing.
When was the last time we did a rate adjustment in garbage? 2009, so 13 years?
14 years.
So play devil's advocate. Some people would have suggested that the account would have been bankrupt 12 years ago, 11 years ago, 10 years ago, 9 years ago, if there wasn't
But
rate
we also
adjustments.
had reserves that we could draw off of. We carry, 45 days worth of reserves. We were in a good place in 2009 because we were, had done the rate structure and gotten the increases we needed. And we've been living off of reserves. We've been having to reduce. We have a fleet of 95, large garbage trucks that need to be replaced. We've been, instead of replacing 19 to 20 vehicles a year, we are doing 11. I mean, we have done everything we can to live within our means, and we have drained the bank dry.
I am not dismissing that, Director. What I'm simply suggesting is that staff has done a really good job of living within its means for 13 years without adjustments. And my question to staff is, you're indicating that without a rate increase, it's unsustainable. What is a rate increase that you're proposing? Right now, you don't have that answer, which is fair. But I'm gonna need that answer if you want my support to approve this budget assumption. Because I have to answer to folks what is, yesterday we got dragged through the mud a little bit because of police budget. But I know exactly how much, I know exactly where it's going, I know exactly what's being replaced, I know exactly what the percentage increase is, and for something as fundamental as trash, which a lot of folks are on fixed incomes, I have to be able to have the answer. Secondary, I have, I think, been clear that we need also to recommend better services. As you know, about 65% of the residents of this city are apartment dwellers, condominium dwellers. They don't get operation cleanup. I live across the street from our apartment complex. There's stuff that ends up in our front yard, right? Ratepayers are paying for garbage to be picked up from the side of the street or the alleyways or the canal embankments. Residential ratepayers are paying for that because apartment dwellers don't have that service. I think it's not good business practice to have residential ratepayers pick up the cost for commercial ratepayers when the commercial ratepayer providers are guaranteed an adjustment every year and they haven't lost any money. For many years, I lived in a condominium. My rates went up every year, but yet I didn't have the same basic services as my neighbors across the street in single-family residential. There's got to be some adjustments to be made, and as much as I hear from garbage companies that gas went up, yes, it did. But when recyclables were super valuable, we were benefiting from that. Have rates not been adjusted in single-family residential for years? Yes, but they're making a killing at commercial residential. Not one company has gone belly up because of the increase in cost. So their profit margins continue to grow. So I'm seeking a better service for everyone across the city and some clarity on what it would cost to get there. So for that, those are my questions today on DPU.
Councilmember, we have heard you loud and clear. The commercial agreements are being discussed right now with the vendors to include some sort of pickup for the multifamily. We've heard that loud and clear. We also have heard it loud and clear about trying to come up with an additional service for the single-family residential customers. And those are the things that we're trying to build into the rate plan. One thing I do want to highlight also as what's built in as a necessity for the $12 million in additional revenue is that we have, I got a nasty letter from the EPA about our landfill, and that we have not kept up on, we're not moving fast enough on the required landfill closure requirements. And the way that those are paid for is 50% from the general fund because of the commercial, and 50% from the residential. Because we don't have sufficient revenue coming in from the residential, we are not up enough on completing our landfill obligation. That's a pretty serious issue when I get a letter from the EPA saying, we want a commitment from you, city. So my only other opportunity is looking at 100% general fund at a time where obviously we got a lot of motions on the general fund. So I just want to put that out there too, because it's obviously equipment, it's obviously labor costs, but I want to put that out there too. We have landfill closure requirements that we are obligated to fulfill.
Understood. My last question, Director, I think I've shared this pet peeve with you, but across the city, there's nothing but blue cans and gray cans that transients steal from people's yards. You can find them on the embankments of canals, on the alleyways, in the middle of the street. Do we not have a way or a method or a process to pick up our own cans that are out in the middle of the street?
We would pick them up if we are notified that there was that situation. So if something's entered in Fresno or 311, we would send somebody out to pick it up.
We don't have a proactive program like the grocery stores are required to have proactive folks picking up their carts around the city?
No.
Okay.
That would require additional expense that we can't afford.
Yeah, we would have somebody driving up and down the streets all day, and it's much more efficient if we have people call in 311 or give us a Fresno ticket.
Do we currently charge residents for their missing cans to replace them?
It depends on the circumstance. I mean, if it's taken away or
if it's stolen, we shouldn't be.
Do they need a police report?
All right, well, good afternoon, Council. Ahmad Al-Kayat, Assistant Director. Replacement, we do one courtesy if it was stolen or damaged, depending on the situation, but we do have a replacement program. If they want it replaced, like cleaned and brought back, which we will just give them a good used one, we take their dirty one, there's a fee for that. Or if it's
So if somebody steals my can twice in my lifetime, I have to pay the second time and the third time?
Probably, yes. We will have to look at each occurrence separately.
All right, just know that from the customer service side, I have all these elderly folks who complain that they're out of pocket for their trash cans are stolen very routinely. You see the transient community walking around the middle of the street with blue and gray city cans. And so it seems to me unfair that we're charging the old ladies for replacement when, it's...
That would be concerning to me as well. So we can certainly run a report to see multiple can replacements at locations and dig into that a little bit deeper, because I certainly don't want to be impacting the little old ladies.
Yeah.
No,
And men.
if it's stolen, we will just replace it. I mean, I don't want...
I can tell you
this
all
is
the
what-
ones I drive by every day are all
Yeah.
stolen, and they're on the city streets. And
Yeah.
my pet peeve is I see a lot of city trucks passing by those cans, and they don't stop and pick them up, even though they're clearly don't belong on a canal embankment. They don't belong in an alleyway, in a commercial setting. I just think we got to figure out how to convey to our employees that they should probably pick up our own property.
I think that's a good idea. Maybe we can partner with code enforcement as well, since they're out in the field a lot and they could be helping us keep an eye out for
Yeah,
those.
I agree. I think code should easily have a truck that can just pick them up, or somebody should, but yeah. Thank you, Director, for your time.
Sure.
Councilmember Esparza.
All right, a few things, but we'll start with Can you detail the success that we've had with the District 7 pilot program, cleanup crew, and what this new situation will look like, the new program that's being implemented based on those numbers?
I'm not the most familiar with that, so I'm going to ask Ahmad to answer that.
Yeah, council member, we don't have the data unless, Sue, do you have the data, the tonnage? But, yeah, for District 7.
What do you define as success? Do you want specific data points or just how in practicality?
From a public utilities perspective, the solid waste perspective, good results, bad results.
Yeah, on a nutshell, it was a great pilot program.
I'm asking questions I already know the answer to.
Yes.
You guys will make me look good, right?
And
Great
Sue,
idea, Councilmember Esparza.
you.
That
Thank you.
is why we replicated it and moved it into 4 quadrants in the city, because your pilot program was a resounding success. So thank you for the great idea. And I'm not being facetious, I'm being serious.
I was being facetious, but thank you.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Sue.
Yeah, as far as the D7 program, like I say, it is a success. That area right there, as far as illegal dumping, has already dropped down 30% as far as trash goes. So that's a program that we like to duplicate in the 4 quadrants. So the 4 quadrants are going to be broken down into weekdays as well too, just like the way D7 is. So as the crews are navigating through the city, there will be each day dedicated for a certain section on those quads. That way, all those quads will be covered on a weekly basis.
And that's 2 people for each quad?
2 people for each crew, yes, correct. And then we've broken down each quad to 5 days a week. So every day there'll be a crew in a certain section.
That sounds good. I'm pretty sure I've got a piece of my district in almost every quadrant, depending where you cut the lines at. So I just want to ensure that the district continues to receive the same level of service that it's been, because it's been a success. Now we're expanding it, replicating it, we're scaling it. So I just want to ensure that every corner of the district will continue to be covered, despite us now expanding the whole city.
Yeah, we'll do that, and also at the same time, we'll also identify some hot spots in those areas too. So even though those hot spots are broken into 5 days a week, those hot spots will be also checked on a daily basis as well too. Because those hot spots, like I said, they won't wait till the end of the week. The crews will navigate there because it'll be a smaller section. They'll be able to hit those quads with 4 crews. Then once that's done, then they'll go back into the location where they're supposed to be assigned that day.
Thank you, Sue. Yeah, appreciate it. Yeah, just a great example of just sort of the most simplistic kind of solution. We have a lot of trash. We have had historically a lot of trash in my district, but also just throughout central and southern part of the city, even some north parts of the city. You go up there and it's a lot of litter. So appreciate staff and DPU undertaking that program and just kind of demonstrating, hey, we can clean it up. And part of that is Mark's efforts on the volunteer efforts on the weekend, helping that as well in different parts. But just to have a paid effort on a almost daily basis, I think has made a tremendous difference. Switching gears, Brock, can you, so for our three services, for water, wastewater, and solid waste. Solid waste, you said the last increase was 09, rate increase. What about for water and wastewater?
Wastewater, 2002? 2002 for wastewater, and it was, what? 2010, sorry. And then water's last one was in 20... The last money we received was 15?
18?
18 was the last dollar we received.
2018 was the last increase
for water.
It was the 5th year of the 5-year plan. So the last time it was imposed was 2018.
I see.
And 2010 for wastewater.
Yeah, and then 2009 for solid waste. So for the benefit of the public and maybe for some of the council, how have we subsisted? I know you said we've had reserves. I know with solid waste, at some point, I forget what year it was, but we went from having 2 operation cleanups to 1 operation cleanup, right? A sort of skimflation from the city, if you will, because costs have increased and such, but the revenue did not.
So talk to us, just about how we've managed to kind of ride these waves despite costs outpacing revenues.
For a particular division or all divisions?
Across all three, yeah, just, some examples.
So I can speak to, having gone through periods where we did not get rate increases for the water division. We, had to start stretching the dollars, and that means, start having impacts to service. And back probably around 2010, we hadn't had a rate increase in a while, and so we started reducing the pressure in the system to cut energy cost. There's always the thing of not filling positions. That would go across all three divisions. For solid waste, we've postponed doing the landfill corrective measures because we didn't have adequate money for that when we were building the 23 budget. Instead of including replacement of 11 vehicles, I had it reduced to 5 so that we could start trying to make up, the difference, the shortfalls.
Brock, talk about pipe replacement on both sewer and water as well, life cycle.
So, yeah, right now our replacement of water infrastructure is like on a 667-year replacement cycle. The life of a pipe typically is 85 years. We're way off the mark on that. We need a rate increase so that we can get up to a 1% replacement, but we're not there. The same holds true for wastewater. The life cycle of the sewer pipes is also 100 years, and we're not even close. We're probably on a same 600-year replacement cycle. We have failures in our infrastructure right now. We have the North Avenue failure. We just had one a month ago over on Weber Avenue. The pipes are so deteriorated that they're just collapsing. So that just underscores that, what we don't have in revenue to maintain our infrastructure at this point.
So we subsisted by letting some of the more invisible kind of factors and variables, less visible variables, kind of go to the wayside, but somehow have kind of kept up on the personnel side, generally speaking, till now. But it's really these infrastructure deficiencies that have
Yes, it's an awareness. It's being cognizant of what we need to be doing. Ever since I've come back to the city in 2019, I left for a short period. I left in November of 2014, but my emphasis has been on infrastructure. We need to dial up the replacement of everything we have because it's the responsible thing to do. It takes rates, and it just is part of, I guess the comparison is watching what PG&E did. They postponed and deferred maintenance and upgrades to the point that they started to have infrastructure collapse in the sake of, keeping profits coming in. And, we just have to get to the point where we can support the maintaining all of our equipment, our infrastructure, so that everything moving forward is done on just a small incremental increase instead of coming in and asking for large rate increases.
And also, when we have to go out and do repair failures, it's on an emergency basis. So when we have a large sewer line break or water line break and it's midnight, we're bringing crews in the middle of the night. It's costing us at least 1.5 to 2 times the cost as opposed to being a little more proactive. We do know how old the pipes are in the ground, and this isn't just preventative maintenance as far as, maybe maintaining, your AC unit every few years. This is water and sewer infrastructure. We're not even talking about Miguel. We're not even talking. We're not even talking about, minor preventative maintenance. This is really serious stuff, and every time, I'm sure your constituents, when they have to have their water turned off because there's a pipe break in their neighborhood, and then they get a notice that they have to boil their water for 24 hours before they can start using it again, that happens all over the city every single day. That shouldn't be happening, and it costs us way more as opposed to doing it on a regular cycle. And we're not looking to go from 600 years down to 80 years in one swoop. We need to start taking some dents out of that.
Yeah, so as things stand, I mean, there currently is no Prop 218 process initiated at this point. And I want to go back to this $12 million figure. That $12 million is what would be needed to bring us to solvency this fiscal year, in this proposed budget. Is that an accurate statement?
It is. It allows us to start rebuilding our reserves. It's not going to be done on one time. We need to do it over time to build up the reserves. We need to be able to start buying vehicles and replacing them on an age and usage basis so that we're not paying a lot of money in maintenance and repairs. And so all of that 12 million is needed so that we can get back to being solvent, that we can go do the landfill repairs, and move things forward. There's also a component of this is SB 1383, an unmandated state, mandate that we deal with organics and stuff. That too has a financial impact. So 12.1 is what we need so that we can do our job.
And that's just current level of service. That doesn't include if you wanted to bring back a second operation cleanup or increase the level of street sweeping that's occurring now.
Yeah, street sweeping is not part of that.
Okay. Just to get us to where we are now. All right. So, Brock, I mean, I know you got your hands full. You've got water, wastewater. We've got solid waste. If we were to theoretically, at some point, go down the path of city-run electrical grid, would that fall under DPU, or would that be a different... I see the city manager.
He tried to drive my director out by putting one more division on his lap.
I mean, not me. I think the mayor and a few council members are. Yeah.
So I don't, to make that a reality, we're talking billions of dollars,
Billions,
right?
yes, that's what I want.
I'm not the one to answer the question how we come up with that revenue. I understand there's a study going to be done to evaluate what the options are, if that's a reality or not. And I think once we get through those studies and are able to evaluate it, I think then we can start making those kind of decisions.
No, yeah, Brock, and you answered my question, right, without me having to pull teeth. As probably, I mean, you're head of DPU. I know it's going to cost billions, but no one up here said it, and I've heard it from the smartest person in the room. Miguel, I don't know. Miguel doesn't know numbers. He said 50% earlier. So. But thank you for helping to make my point. It would cost billions. I don't know how we pay for it, unless we were going to charge our ratepayers up the wazoo, probably more than PG&E charges them. But that's going to conclude my questions for now. Thank you.
Sure.
All right, Councilmember Carbasi.
Sure, I'm going to make motions, but I just have one thing, a new direction related to DPU. What I would like, it's not coming off, is a memo outlining the expected cost for adapting current DPU fleet to meet the new CARB Advanced Clean Fleet Standards, what the phased-in plan would be, what the cost to build new infrastructure, and I'll email this over, cost for new infrastructure, parking, all those requirements. Do we need multiple vehicles because of the current range distance limitations? And how that
Mike, we can't hear you talking to the microphone,
sorry.
please. That's okay.
Should I start over?
Yeah, please.
Okay, basically, I'd like a memo outlining the expected cost of adapting our current DPU fleet to meet the new CARB Advanced Clean Fleet standards. If there's a phased-in plan, I know you have to replace vehicles. Estimated cost for the infrastructure at the yard right now, like the charging stations, high capacity, parking space limitations, if you have to buy multiple vehicles because the range may not be enough for one vehicle to meet our current route schedules, and then the impact it could potentially have on rates, how much that one item alone could could potentially increase rates. That's pretty much what I'm looking for in that. Yeah. Any other-
Can I just
Yes, sir.
touch on that? So when we're looking at electrification, with the current technology, we would need twice as many vehicles because the range is half of, what we need in a single day. So actually, we'd have to quadruple, or the cost would be quadruple because, we're not buying just one vehicle, we're buying two for each that we replace. Also, I would like an opportunity, and I've started looking into what it would take to run vehicles on hydrogen instead of doing electricity. That's an option. I don't know that it's been explored yet, and we need a little bit more time so that we can see what makes the most sense on, behalf of the ratepayers that are going to end up having to pay for this. So when the decision is made to go in a direction, we got to lay out, what are the options that we have for CARB compliance. There's a couple of pathways. Option 2 seemed to be more in line to give us time that we need so that we can build together the things that you're asking for, which is essentially a plan to do this, so that we're not just jumping in and throwing huge costs at the ratepayers. That's not a responsible way of doing it. And I would like for us as a department, because it's going to be huge with just the number of vehicles we have, to look at all the alternatives before we commit to something.
Absolutely. My real goal is to understand the potential impact it could have on rates, and there's lots of options. I look forward to reading whatever you're going to present on that.
Yeah, council member, it'll be at a hundredths of 1,000-foot level at this point. But
that's fine.
Brian
That'll work
Barr's
for me.
here, he's hearing, and we'll ballpark it for you
Brian?
with Brock.
That'll be great. Thank you. And I just have some motions, but they're not related to your department. Related to the Parks Department, allocate $240,000 to fund the design of lighting for 20 poles at Oso de Oro Park. Thank you. And the funding will be from non-general fund sources at the greatest extent possible. Thank you, Council Vice President. Another motion to allocate $1.075 million for the design and construction of soccer field lighting at Collegian Park. Funding will be from non-general fund sources at the greatest extent possible. Thank you. Two more. Allocated $315,000 for the design and construction of volleyball court lighting at Collegian Park. Funding will be from non-general fund sources at the greatest extent possible. The last one, thank you. The last one will be to allocate $500,000 toward the reconstruction of the Milburn Overlook. Funding will be from non-general fund sources at the greatest extent possible. Thank you very much. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Council. Director Brock, just two quick questions with regards to the mandates that the city has been required now by the state with regards to the organics. What is our plan and as far as timeline, implementation, and compliance with this as of today?
So we were to be compliant as of January 2022. We got a late start with this, and we worked with CalRecycle and put together a plan to be compliant by September of this year. Right now, without the rate increases, that we need, we're looking at maybe having to postpone that a little bit. But we're working with the commercial haulers on coordinating with them to pick up the organics. So we're making headway, but we just don't have all the finances in place to promote everything that we're able to be compliant by September.
What is the penalty for not complying with this from the state?
I don't know that they've really specifically said there is a penalty. It's just, sometimes it's like if you don't have some type of reports filed, you don't become eligible for receiving grants. I don't know if they would go that route with SB 1383. So what they're saying or sharing at Cal Recycle that it could be a fine up to $10,000 a day that you're not compliant.
That's what I had heard, but I wanted to confirm that. This was actually one of the topics discussed at the last League of Cities conference, and I know they're going to have another one coming up in September with regards to that. Do you know of any cities in the state of California that are compliant with that today?
I don't offhand, you know. There's a handful. You know, we could, you know, put together a list if you would like.
Yeah, I'd like to request a list. In Central Valley, obviously, if that was occurring, I'd like to kind of see what their model looks like. So, Director, with regards to compliance with this state mandate, what would that actually mean for our customers? So right now we have the gray container, right, for trash. We have the green one for the landscaping, and the blue one for recyclables. Would that entail an additional, container, or would they combine them?
The idea is just to put the organics into the green waste, and then we would be working with the green waste processors on, you know, some kind of cost, you know, for the additional processing of the material.
So what's to stop us from just letting the folks know now to put that in the green container?
Well, other than not having it set up for the processing, because right now it's just, you know, the green waste and not really set up for handling organics. I don't know if there's any other.
Would our current green waste contracts, would it be considered contaminated if we put food in it now? Yeah, so because our contracts don't allow for that yet, it would be considered contaminated green waste, and we would get charged for it back from our contractor.
Okay. And do we have estimates on how much, because you referenced obviously the lack of funds, what would be the price tag for complying with this state mandate? Preliminary figures.
It's about 1.8 million a year.
1.8 million a year, and that would entail obviously the agreement with the folks that are processing the green waste now. So do we envision just piggyback off of the existing vendors, or is it going to be a new process for them?
So I think, I'm not sure, and I'll let them respond, but one thing I do want to notice too is, so it's also our contract with our vendors, but it's also having the vendors having the facilities to process those. So right now, you know, there's lots of conversations about anaerobic digesters in order to be able to process all this. And most of those would require expansions at the current facilities, and guess where those are? They're in our south industrial area. So we're a little bit in between a rock and a hard place because obviously our environmental justice friends might not take too kindly of expansion of services in that area. I'll let Ahmad or Brock respond as far as whether it require a contract amendment or a new contract for processing the food waste.
Ahmad has been working with the green waste processors for an amendment to the agreement.
Okay. All right. And then the $1.8 million is the cost that would cover compliance on a yearly basis? Or is that a one-time fee?
Was that all the tipping fees too?
This is everything.
This year?
Yes. This includes all the components of the SB 13.
Yeah, so it's inclusive of everything.
And just for the benefit of the public, this mandate requires a what percent of target or hits or the criteria that they would have? It's a divergence percentage, I understand, right?
Yes, I wish I had my cheat sheet with me, but it's a state mandate, but the jurisdictions need to do actions. The state wants to lower the emissions, the green gas emissions gradually. They start at 20, eventually 20%, but the whole goal is to divert about 75% of the organics from the landfill, from being landfilled.
So
and I'll correct that information.
Yeah, I'd like to get that cheat sheet. The 75% would be in which amount of time?
So 75% by 2025.
Yes.
And then you want to rescue food scraps for people to eat, 20% of the currently disposed surplus food by 2025. So, for instance, I think, what is it called? The Food to Share program, that Metro Ministry. So when there might be leftover of edible food at a restaurant, instead of it being thrown in the trash, it would be diverted to perhaps a homeless shelter or something like that. So the expectation is that at least 20% of currently disposed food would be redirected to some sort of edible people to eat.
Edible food recovery program.
Food recovery, thank you, that's what it's called.
Yeah, I think a memo would be helpful in just
Sure.
kind of describing what this would look like. I mean, it's obviously another state mandate that we have to comply with. And then last request, this one's for our city manager. Can we get a copy of that angry EPA letter that you referenced? That'd be helpful to see how angry it was.
Yes.
Thank you.
I consider any letter from the EPA to be angry.
You done? All right, Director. I'm going to try to ask my questions in a way in which they have not been asked already, but okay, so this budget was based on Prop 18, a passage of Prop 18.
218?
218. Dyslexia. 218. When do you anticipate that process starting, and about how long does that process take?
Well, ideally, we'd like to come back in July to present the rates that we're looking at. It might slip to August. We're still doing the final revisions, and we need to have the consultant pull together the final report that would support that. We come, get authorization, then it gets noticed, and there's a 45-day period that's involved to allow people to review it and send back ballots. At that point, we get all the information back, tally the ballots, and then we come back to council again. So the expectation, I don't recall off the top of my head when we would come back, but we'll look for implementation by January.
So there's the 218 starts, so you guys have to vote for us to start the 218 process. That's when the community engagement, balloting goes out to the public, and then the results come back, and then assuming that there's not a majority protesting it, then there would be another council vote to actually vote to approve the rates at that point. And what month-ish were we talking about that?
That's what I'm trying to remember. It
Okay,
was,
I've got
it's probably, 2 months between coming to council.
It would be, I've got it in my office. I've got the sheet in my office. I can go run and get it.
So sometime
Can somebody
next
email
year.
that to us? You know which one, right?
Yeah.
The spreadsheet that shows the dates on it that we looked at? We'll get that for you within a couple minutes here.
Okay. And then this budget was based on, I know the answer to this question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. This budget was based on when Prop 18 passes or at the start of the fiscal year? So this budget kicks in July 1.
It's January 1 is when the rates would be effective. January 1 of 2024, right? Ish.
It was based on rates being implemented in November.
Of 24.
Be right back.
Where's the other one? Cheryl. No.
This is one scenario, which is July 20th. If we are delayed further.
But when are the rates? But now we're talking about too many scenarios going on. So it was based on being effective November 1 of 2023. That's what's in the budget.
November 1, 2023. Prop 218 rates going into effect November 1 of 2023.
That's how the budget was built.
So if we start the process today, will we be done by then?
No.
Okay, I've got the dates here.
She's asking what was included for the budget build. I think you're looking at what we're looking at now.
Cindy, what was the,
So we just answered the question,
Which was
November
what?
1 of this year.
oh, okay, got it. Because when we did the budget, the timeline was different, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so, I ran. So when we did the budget, it was after we had the first conversation with you all about rates, and the timeline was from months ago, so it was based on November. No, but now, so much time has passed and we haven't started the 218, now the rates wouldn't be effective until January of '24.
Do we have enough money to get us to that point?
Yeah, we're carrying over a little bit of money, so that buys us a little bit of time. But we've, need to act swiftly because it just is getting problematic. We'll have to continue deferring purchasing of vehicles until we can start developing the revenues needed to sustain the operations.
Okay. Those are all my questions for now. Councilmember Arias, do you have any questions?
Sorry, Mayor. Am I to assume, back to Vice President's question, that the trash, solid waste account would be in kind of danger zone come November or come January, based on when the budget was built for? At what point do we run out of money on the current burn rate?
Well, I mean,
If 218 is not approved.
we'll have to, like I just said, we won't be able to purchase vehicles until we, have rates implemented. We're going to have to start deferring and continue deferring. And so we're just talking about maintaining the basic pickups and postponing the major expenditures.
So you'll continue to engage in the same practice that you've been engaging for 13 years, which is to defer, as much capital and equipment purchases as you would rather do now.
So instead of buying 20 vehicles, we were down to 11. Now we're down to hopefully 5, but at 0. So it's, the next thing on the chopping block is maybe getting rid of OCU. I mean, we're going to have to continue.
What is OCU?
Operation Cleanup. So
Well, half the city doesn't have it, so that's not that big of a deal.
I understand multifamily doesn't have it, but the rest of single family and many of that's a very popular service. We just have to keep reducing expenses, right? I mean, just like with your home budget, you just have to keep reducing expenses. And I think the go time, no go time for us will be when we bring the item forward to begin the 218 process. And if there's not council support for that, then we will go back to the drawing board on this budget, and we will put a hiring freeze in the department. We definitely will freeze equipment purchases, and we'll have to look at any other possible service, anything that we're not legally mandated to provide, we would have to, start cutting back, or it becomes a general fund obligation.
Yeah, which we have a $45 million reserve in the general fund currently, correct?
We'd have to that would not qualify as a fiscal emergency under our Reserve Management
We
Act.
have approximately how many general fund positions vacant right now? It's about 400?
Well, no, that's citywide. I don't know.
We could
TJ,
do a
We have
hiring
450
freeze.
citywide. I don't know. A lot of those are in the utility. I'd have to get the exact breakdown.
So we could do a hiring freeze in the general fund and then backfill general fund money into
We
solid
could,
waste?
but remember, we already took 10% of those off the table to balance the budget. So yes, absolutely, we could, if that's what the policymakers wanted to do, would be to do a hiring freeze citywide, all positions in the general fund to free up general fund resources.
We could also use ARPA funds, right? Say, for example, the $7 million for the municipal yard that's being proposed now, we can put some of that money into solid waste to keep things running and to buy equipment. And then we just have to defer municipal yard a little longer, right?
You mean, take the money from the emergency upgrade at the courtyard and put that towards solid waste? We would have to look
In
to...
other words, ARPA funds are eligible, right?
Yes, we just would have to look to see what would be ARPA eligible in the utility. I haven't done that analysis yet.
All right.
None of those I would recommend, but they are options.
Your staff referenced the diversion conversation you've been having with operators and the commercial operation cleanup. Will you be prepared to have answers or have those conversations concluded by the time you come to Prop 218 permission? Or are we going to be told that it'll take you another year?
We're in a catch-22. I mean, the commercial can, well, there's some other,
You can get back to me.
So we have a bit of a vicious circle right now with the dispute with Orange Avenue, trying to resolve the Amendment 4, because we need to provide what is the tipping fee to our haulers so that they can make an adjustment, and we need to bake that all into an agreement that would also be inclusive of, the SB 1383.
I think
it's
For me, Director, I'm looking big picture.
so I don't think we can have that answer for you because we need Prop 218 approved so that we have, the ability to pay everything. So
I hear what you're saying. So I'm going to kind
Some of those
of
things are
weave
now
through the
Prop
middle of that.
218,
I know what you're saying. So if we come to you at the end of July, beginning of August, to initiate Prop 218, I think we could have the Orange Avenue, help me out, attorneys here, of what I can say public, possibly resolved from a legal standpoint, but it puts us, it creates a financial obligation that would require the 218, you know what I mean?
I'm not so much concerned about that item. I think that's
Yeah, so the commercial
far more
haulers,
complex.
I would really like to see the 1383 amendments and the additional service be brought back to this council prior to us initiating 218.
but that's all tied to Orange Avenue.
But it's tied to the tipping fees. I get that.
Right.
I get that.
But the reason I'm asking and pressing for this is if we deal with operation cleanup of multifamily units, which are 65, 70% of the city, then those ratepayers will basically be paying for their tonnage to be taken to the dump. And I anticipate there'll be some savings for residential ratepayers because there'll be less garbage being put onto their backs. That's why I'm just thinking on timing, and we're gonna have to articulate to the public, here's all the benefits or better service variables that you're gonna get as part of this proposal. We can't do that if we don't have conclusion to the diversion of organics as one, to the operation cleanup of commercial multifamily, or to the landfill questions, right? So what I'm suggesting to you is 218 is not a silo. In my mind, it's just part of the bigger picture, and we need to see the bigger picture prior to being asked to proceed with 218.
I have some ideas. We can talk offline in more detail.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
All right, seeing no further council members punched up, Director, thank you very much for your time and for answering all of our questions.
Thank you.
We are going to move next to the city clerk, and then the city attorney's office, general city purpose, office of the mayor and city manager, city council offices, and then the housing successor to the redevelopment agency. So up next, we have the office of the city clerk.
Council Vice President, can I make a couple motions as they get ready?
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to fund and execute legislative charter officers' welcome message and council district profiles at the airport within the next 30 days. I'm sure you'll need money for the frames. Motion to fund $200,000 for Storyland, for 2 new exhibits in Storyland from Measure P. Motion to allocate $2.5 million of the ARPA Mobile Food Commercial Kitchen to the Curtiva Salud Partnership to acquire, renovate, and operate a commercial kitchen for mobile food vendors. And my last motion is motion to allocate $3 million of housing funds to establish a mobile home park renovation fund. Thank you.
All right, City Clerk, the floor is yours.
All right. Let's see if I can get this contraption to work. All right. There we go. 64-page slide. It'll only take me an hour. Just kidding, it's very quick. All right, so, Office of the City Clerk. Currently, as it stands, the clerk's operations side, it's a very new office, the last of our employees that we currently have in there. The last 3 deputy clerks all came at the end of the end of 2022. So September and November when we got our last 3 deputy clerks. So we're a very young team in there, and there's a lot of learning going on, but it is an excellent team, wouldn't trade them for the world. Of course, we have Brianna Parra, our assistant city clerk, Bernard Canez, our senior management analyst, Tina Yor, our record supervisor, Colette Barrios, Susan Mack, and Mary Quinn, our deputy clerks in the office. We also have 2 fellows from the Mayor's YJCP program, Alexis Irigoyen and Camry Jones. Fantastic. And in our central print division, we have Ryan Whitaker, our central print supervisor, Natalie Wolf, our graphics technician, and Ty Contreras, our central print clerk. These are fantastic employees, and they are doing a great job moving both of these divisions forward to better serve the citizens and the council. So if we look at our budget this year, it is a very neutral budget. It only is going up by $30,800, as you can see on the slide there. The general fund budget is all city clerk's operations. That $17,500 increase, as you can see on page B42 of the budget, $15,200 of that is ID charges. And then on page B42, the $13,300 of internal service fund, which is our central print department, $6,700 of that is made up of personnel increases, and $6,600 is made up of ID charges. So a total increase between the 2 divisions, $30,800. So we're pretty neutral. So city clerk's office, the requests, what we have requested $300,000. I know, I said it was budget neutral. We did request $300,000 to cover the city council mandate for translation services at our meeting, but that is being offset by taking the positions that had been created earlier to translate for city purposes. We've defunded those and at a savings of $404,100. So it's actually a savings to go with the contracted interpreters that was set up by the Parks Department, and that contract has since been taken over by the City Clerk's Office. So we have requested $300,000 for the translators required for these meetings, Spanish, Hmong, and Punjabi, and we're going to be bringing on and see how it works with our American Sign Language translators, all covered by this budget here, the $300,000 request. We're also asking that we continue to fund the $10,000 increase for travel, training, and dues for staff. As I mentioned earlier, our staff is very young. The 3 deputy clerks are brand new, and there's plenty of training for them. There's nuts and bolts training, so they get the basics, the technical training for clerks, so they come even more proficient, and then Master Municipal Clerks Association training I would like them to get. Part of being a deputy clerk, the salaries are not fantastic, and earning their certified municipal clerk certificate designations is something that they look forward to. So training them to become clerks on their own is definitely a draw to keeping personnel in those positions, and that's really what I need. I need to have a constant staff, and I love who I have now, and this will help keep them there. $2,300 increase to cover catering costs for the employee recognitions. We have 6 recognitions throughout the year. All you read about in the news are the skyrocketing costs, and this will help offset that. We have a line item for public relations. It's at $20,000 net with the increase that we're asking for here. And everything for those 6 award ceremonies comes from this budget line item. The watches, the pins, the gold foil certificates, everything we do to recognize our team all comes from this line item. And again, we're just asking for another $2,300 to make sure we have enough to properly recognize and provide the food for the people that are being recognized for Employee of the Quarter and service awards. When it comes to our central print department, we are status quo. Last year, you may recall, we got, Central Print got a wide format printer, a plotter, a tabber, a mail machine. Those were fantastic purchases. My Central Print supervisor, Ryan Whitaker, is here, and he can talk about that if council has questions. But the wide format printer alone, he and Brianna Parra, they went out and said, you know what, this is going to be a fantastic purchase. And it turned out it was $90,000 outsourcing budget. So far, they've only touched a third of it because that wide format printer is handling so much of the load. So the Central Print team is doing a great job and didn't request anything this fiscal year. And that is our budget in a nutshell. $30,800 in increases, essentially a flat budget.
Thank you very much, Todd. Council members, any questions, comments? All right, looks like you did a great job.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much to you and your staff. Up next, we have the City Attorney's Office. Here we go, City Attorney, your first budget.
How many first budgets did we have this year? Am I 3? Well, thank you, council members, for this opportunity to present our proposed budget. My department has a fairly lengthy mission statement that essentially states that our priorities are to provide the highest quality legal services to the council and to the city, to remain impartial and objective, to assist all of you in achieving your objectives, to be creative, to keep your confidences when appropriate, and effectively manage outside counsel. As you know, the City Attorney's Office provides legal services to all charter officials, boards, and commissions. These are services we provide everything from contracts, procurement, to CEQA and land use, from defense litigation, investigations to rental inspections, abatements, and demolitions. We offer a wide array of services to the community. We currently have 31 attorneys, 13 managers and supervisors, 22 support staff, 1 investigator, 9 paralegals, 4 accountants, and 78 inspectors and laborers. And this is what we're budgeted for this year. We currently have only 6 vacancies, which we intend to have 3 filled within the next couple of weeks, and the remaining 3 in about 2 months. I have prioritized having 0 vacancies in our office. The City Attorney's Office is organized into 3 units: litigation led by Chief Assistant City Attorney Tina Griffin, transactions led by Chief Assistant City Attorney Raj Vadesha, and code enforcement led by Erica Camarina. Code enforcement, our largest unit, is divided into community compliance, rental housing, and special teams. At this point, I want to talk briefly about code enforcement projects and accomplishments over the past year. First, the anti-slum enforcement team, 12 asset properties brought into compliance since the beginning of the last fiscal year. 11 properties took proactive action after receiving asset initial letter. 13 asset properties with open cases at this time. Next, rental housing inspection program. All multifamily rental housing properties have been inspected. This was not an easy task, and the team has moved into single-family rental housing inspections at this time. With respect to mobile home park team, 1,132 initial inspections, maintenance inspections, 151 notices of violations have been issued, addressing 794 violations at the most recent maintenance inspection. We've also conducted outreach events at 5 parks, and this is something that we've prioritized because historically, there may have been a certain perspective by the community in terms of how they view code enforcement, and we're really trying to soften our edges and reaching out to folks and helping them come into compliance. Assisted Housing Division, they're working to obtain a grant for mobile home unit owners to make repairs. That's something that we're working on. With respect to code's legal team, 40 inspection and abatement warrants have been processed. 7 receiverships are currently in progress, including 3 that have been filed, 42 administrative hearings, 1,014 EPP intakes contacted. As to the accounting team, we're ready to roll over to the county fiscal year 23-24 tax roll, over $500,000 with close to $400,000 pending in assessments just this month. The school area team completed outreach and inspections in 55 school areas. With respect to the waste tire team, over 14,000 illegally discarded tires have been recovered throughout the city. These are 14,000 fewer tires that you see on the sides of our roads and highways. One of our more successful programs. 2,800 tires were collected at 3 tire amnesty events in Districts 7, 3, and 5. The tire amnesty event allows City of Fresno residents to dispose of unwanted waste tires at no charge. 315 tire shops have been inspected to ensure compliance. With respect to illegal dumping task force, 173 illegal dumping citations have been issued for unlawful dumping throughout the city. And here's a breakdown of some of the numbers per district for illegal dumping. Okay, with respect to transactions unit, some of the things that, that they've been working on, council special projects, obviously, drafting resolutions and amendments, advise in-house meetings and administrative projects, responding to thousands of requests for legal services annually. I'll get to a little bit more into that a little bit later in the presentation. Advise city bodies, city council, commission, parks and rec, historic preservation commission, other committees as well. We currently advise on procurement matters, advise on bonding and other financing issues. Specifically, wanted to highlight some of the areas in terms of, can you go back once, did you, okay, yeah, thank you. Tower theater purchase, affordable housing projects. There are a lot of issues, and this is just some of them, a lot of assignments that, that get given to the transaction unit. Next slide. In terms of our litigation unit, over 130 civil matters handled. Tina, is this pre-litigation or post-litigation? That's actual litigation, so we're not even talking about pre-litigation, correct? Okay. Some big cases that we've handled as well are listed. In some of these cases, for example, the Pinedale case, there was over $120,000 judgment. In the Michele class action litigation, the city prevailed on a motion for summary judgment, potentially saving the city millions of dollars there. And then just listed some of the other things that we were doing. 26 investigations, I think, is noteworthy, including 190 interviews. Those are a lot of interviews that, that the litigation unit has conducted. All right, we can go to the next slide. Okay, so this chart gives you a little bit of an idea of what we do in terms of Public Records Act requests. Last year, 2022, this is the calendar year, close to 4,000 PRAs were submitted and handled by our office. That is over 200,000 total pages reviewed. Next slide. Oh wait, go back one, sorry. No, this is fine. This is right. Okay. With respect to this calendar year, we're at about 1,700 PRAs and about 120,000 pages reviewed. Okay. Okay, so what is it that we are trying to accomplish with what we're asking for in FY24 in terms of budget? Number one, greater responsiveness to the client, that's you, the council, and the city. Number two, increased responsiveness to the community. Largely, this relates to what we do with code enforcement. And ultimately, number three, transparency. And this is with respect to handling public record acts requests in a timely manner. We do have a duty under the law to respond to the public with respect to that. And so that is one of the things that we are trying to achieve with this budget as well, transparency. Now, this next slide will give you a sense of how much work we are currently doing compared to prior years. In 2018, we received 6 requests for legal services per calendar day on average. Today, we are handling close to 9 requests for legal services per calendar day on average. We are on track to have the busiest year yet. And I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that we have an extremely engaged city council and an engaged, yeah. Mayor, what did we say, a robust mayor's office? Was that? Yeah.
We have a lot of followers.
Okay, this chart shows appropriations going back to 2021. There are major funding requests that will help the city attorney's office achieve our goals of responsiveness to the client, responsiveness to the community, and achieving transparency. And these are some of the major highlights of the things that we're asking for: 6 additional attorneys, 3 additional code enforcement inspectors, training for all employees, 3 dumping cameras, 4 support staff positions. Now, in speaking with many of you leading up to these budget hearings, there's been, it was expressed to include some other priorities that aren't contained in the proposed budget. Number one being office space. If the council approves the additional personnel, we are going to require additional office space to the tune of about $200,000 per year. We've identified a location that we believe would be suitable for that move. Number two, night code enforcement team. Some of you have expressed interest in this, and I've briefly put together a 3-person team, and we budgeted that out, and it could be created through our existing budget or through a new budget allocation. Number 3, the eviction protection program, probably one of our most successful programs that we have. We ran out of money, as you know, before the end of this fiscal year, and so we think we're going to need around $2.6 million to sustain that program moving forward. Councilmember Chavez, did you already make a motion on immigration defense? Okay, so that's contained here as well. So in calculating those possible council motions, this would increase the proposed budget by about $3.2 million if you were going to go along with some of those. Can we go to the next slide? So that concludes our presentation at this time. My team's here. I just wanted to express my thanks to them for the hard work that they do on your behalf and on behalf of the city. They've made my transition into this role very seamless. They're good people, they work hard, and they really care, and I really value them. Thank you for your time. We're here to answer questions as well, obviously.
Thank you, City Attorney. Up first is Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, City Attorney. Just want to publicly thank you, your department, for the work that you guys have been doing. My favorite department is the City Attorney's department. Yeah, I said it. But thank you guys for the work you do, our code enforcement folks, and then the countless number of folks that we referred for tenant protection and just helping them navigate the system, I think has been very helpful and beneficial for our residents. And I did just have one question with regards to the model. I was going to make a motion, and I noticed in your budget that we are already planning for some non-traditional hours code enforcement folks. So you mentioned 3, City Attorney. What would that look like?
Erica, you want to come up and talk about what we've got planned for that?
Currently, code enforcement does have a lot of requests for after-hours type of enforcement, and we feel that if that were the council's direction, that that team could be suited with 1 supervisor and 3 community revitalization specialists, or 1 senior CRS.
So would these folks be deployed? I'll give an example, the issue we're trying to work through in District 5, where there's an individual having parties at late hours of the night, and we're trying to record them. Folks have sent in video, but would those be selected as part of number of calls or incidents or specific, or would these be proactive code enforcement folks?
So that's an excellent question. Currently, we do only respond to complaints with the exception of our very specialized proactive teams. So that would be a policy call. If you all wanted us to start conducting cases or opening cases proactively, that would obviously be something that we would respond to based on a complaint of a party. And certainly we can address those type of issues with respect to the nuisance and noise issues. I will say that working after hours and addressing those types of issues would require our team to work closely with the police department, because in most of those instances, you're dealing with confrontational type individuals.
No, absolutely. So here's a question, well, because we had our fire department come in and present yesterday. I know that our fire folks will go out and, respond and proactively look out for the illegal firework situations. Would our code enforcement folks do that, or would that just be restricted to the fire department?
You know, I think fire and PD have a really excellent system right now. We do assist on the back end of that when it comes to representing the departments in administrative hearings when those individuals who are issued citations appeal them. But definitely we could be available to assist them in that regard if they can utilize our services.
And I know we're trying something new out, so we got to give you guys that space to kind of create the model and refine it. I'm sure we'll learn some things work, some things don't work, and fine tune it. But I think the fact that we now have a presence out there and folks know that, I think will be a deterrent too for some of the stuff that goes on there. Those are all the questions I had. Thank you guys.
No problem.
And just to follow up on that, Erica, before you leave. So this will be 7 days a week, evenings.
So the shifts and schedules could be something that we can develop if this is in fact something that we want to do. If we're going to do 7 days a week, did you want to say that? If the direction is to form a team to work 7 days a week, that we may need to do something different with the shifting, or have 2 different teams.
It was anticipated to be Council Vice President, it was intended to be a standard sort of 40-hour-a-week budget.
Okay. Yeah, because a lot of the calls that I get are after-hour related code calls, in which case I don't have much of an answer to tell them, other than, well, we'll see what we can do about it.
But no, we do intend to have staffing, our intent is to have weekend staffing for it, though. We'll probably select the busiest days of the week for that.
Okay. And the current proposal in your budget is for 3 people?
Correct.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion to allocate $656,000 to the city attorney's office to create a 6-person evening hours code enforcement team. Up next is Councilmember Arias.
Out of curiosity, do we need to change any of the labor agreements to be able to achieve that?
So that is definitely something we're going to have to look into, because certainly there's going to be meet and confer issues with respect to this. So we wouldn't make any. Okay. I mean, I don't know if Jenny wants to speak to that, but definitely there are meet and confer issues.
I'm sure there is. I just wanted to foreshadow for us that it might take a while to get being operationalized, right? Because of the meet and confer provisions.
Hi, Council. Jenny DeRusi. Councilmember Arias. There would be meet and confer, there'd be notice and meet and confer required, but both MOUs that are applicable in this situation allow for nighttime shifts, evening shifts, swing shifts. They already have pre-negotiated premiums for those shifts, and management has the discretion in both MOUs to set the hours of work.
Great.
So we're not up against renegotiating MOUs or side letters or anything of that nature.
My only other comment on this is, I think at some point the team's going to have to sit down with PD, because after hours tends to be pretty risky for employees if they're interacting in certain situations. I know right now we have an arrangement where when code is doing cleanups, they have immediate access to PD, but we're gonna have to be thoughtful about how that, I don't want them to be, level 5 response time when they're, have a confrontational situation.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Councilmember Esparza.
Yes, I did have one motion. Open this up. Motion to add an additional $40,000 to the city attorney's budget for demolition and abatement, site property preservation and restoration.
Second.
But otherwise, I don't have any questions. I think we've spoken at length about your budget. Excited to see some of the increases and keep up the great work. You and all the folks in the office.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Okay, while we wait for Councilmember Karbasi to come back, Councilmember Arias, did you want to make some motions?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to reallocate the funding and the positions of Office of Community Affairs under a City Council Support Services Division.
Second.
Could you repeat that?
I will email you the information.
Thank you.
Councilmember Bredefield.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you and your staff. Since I've been here 6.5 years, your staff has been phenomenal. They do great work with the code enforcement and other legal issues that we have. You're very responsive, and you do a lot of great things for the citizens of Fresno. And I just want to tell you that we appreciate it very, very much.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Okay, we did have
Prove it.
Councilmember Karbasi that had a couple questions. In the meantime, I'm going to give you some kudos too, just to kill some time. Yeah, go get him.
Let me tell you how great you are, too.
Now they're going to cut my budget for sure.
Marlene, you want to step up while we kill some time to present your budget?
Good afternoon, Council. We go into 23-24 with approximately $6.2 million from program income and carryover. Program income is primarily loan repayment. The budget encumbers about $1.8 million for obligations for projects under contract. Briefly, I'll review those 5 projects that we have presently in the pipeline under contract. We've given, they total, by the way, about 150 new units. We've given considerable attention to the development of single-family residential, and we began with a project in southwest Fresno at Annandale and Ivy, 22 single-family homes. They have nearly completed the subdivision improvements. The first group of 11 home buyers is going through the underwriting process now. We expect that permits will be pulled maybe at the end of next month, and then those home buyers are in the mutual self-help program, so they'll begin to participate in home construction. It'll take about a year. Also in Southwest, we're working with self-help for the Florence Avenue project. That's 17 single-family homes. The first 6 broke ground. That is the on-sites broke ground this spring. We expect that they'll continue with off-sites in October, and, we're scheduled to begin home construction in October for that project, and those 2 will take about a year. Then the remaining part of that project, the other 11 homes, the off-sites will begin in the fall of this year. So that summarizes the ones in Southwest. The High project at 450 M Street. Those are the three existing homes that are under rehabilitation. They're well underway, and we expect occupation by the end of this year, but probably at the end of summer. They're progressing very quickly there. The Mural Lofts project is a rental residential. That's at 1740 Van Ness. It's under construction now, and we expect occupancy also by the end of this year. And then lastly, the 79-unit Hotel Fresno. It's progressing through fire inspection. We expect that to be concluded by the end of June or early July, and we expect occupancy by the end of the summer. So that wraps up the 5 that are in progress. So net of that encumbrance, the budget allocates $575,000 for operation, maintenance, and personnel, leaving a balance of $3.8 million approximately available for projects in the next years. So as you may recall, the program expenditure requirements are that we serve various income levels at specific percentages. The requirements are that 30% of our income must be directed toward households earning or at income levels of 30% of AMI or less. So 30% of our budget must go to households at 30% or less of AMI. 50% must go to households at or below 60% of AMI, and the remaining 20% of households at 80% of AMI. So in accordance with those expenditure requirements, the budget provides for funding of agency-owned properties primarily in 3 areas: Southwest Fresno, Chinatown, and downtown. We're working with the Housing Authority for development of 33 single-family residential homes, for sale, affordable homes. With the Housing Authority, Heritage Estates, it is going to serve a range of income levels, and the final tract map has been approved, and CEQA is progressing quickly, and we expect to bring the DD&A to you at the end of the summer. The 1 1/3 acre Chinatown site, we're also working with the Housing Authority for affordable rental residential units at that site. We're looking potentially at 30 to 40, maybe more units in a multi-story building. And then lastly, the Fulton Street property includes the Berkeley building. That is out for an RFP. The deadline is June 19th, and we look forward to receiving proposals and returning to you with a recommendation for a project. In addition to that RFP, we have joined with the city with the parcel we own at 7th and Ventura for a larger part, with a larger city-owned parcel for an RFP, and that is due back, I think, or it's been received, May 26th, and we should be back to you with results of that RFP. Also in your packet is the Housing Asset Fund Transfer Budget. These are funds that were approved by the Sacramento Superior Court and the Department of Finance to carry out specific enforceable obligations. One of those, for example, is the Hotel Fresno. Also to carry out housing-related activity and affordability compliance over the 55-year life of covenants. That's largely what that asset transfer budget covers. And also in your packet is the annual report for the 21-22 reporting period. It lags the budget by 2 years. Its primary purpose is to enable the state to monitor us and our compliance in meeting those extremely low affordability excess surplus funds tests. And that 21-22 real property status is in that report. You can take a look. It lists every parcel, the status of that parcel, and other specific information. And then lastly in your packet is the Affordable Housing Overview Chart. It shows that since the dissolution of the agency, housing successor funds of about 27.5 million, have generated about 635 units, and it also gives you a percentage of funds for AMI levels that have been expended, and we have exceeded the minimum requirements. So that is a very brief summary of the budget. If you have any questions, happy to answer.
Great. Thank you very much. Colleagues, any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Marlene. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
All righty, up next, we're going to jump to C, general city purpose. Good afternoon, Director. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Council Vice President, Council members. I will be presenting for General City Purpose Department. And first of all, let me get a clicker. Sure. If you can just give us 1 minute.
Director, before you start, can you describe to me the difference between general city services and general services? I think, isn't there two?
Let me start off with General Services Department. So within that department, you have internal services such as facilities, you have the fleet, you have purchasing. And so they are providing, again, services across the various departments. Now, General City Purpose, that encompasses, it encompasses as a depository to receive like general fund taxes and fees, such as your sales tax, property tax. They don't really come into a direct department. They'll come into the general city purpose. But in addition to that, there are debt services that the city is obligated to pay, and it's, again, across city, so general city purpose holds those appropriations to pay those debt service payments. And in addition to that, we have two other entities. We have the retirement office that also is under general city purpose. So all their staffing costs, their O&M, so on and so forth, is held there. And then lastly, we also have the animal service unit, which holds, again, their associated costs.
Thank you.
So with that, I'm going to start off with mission statement. And as I kind of mentioned just a little bit ago, General City Purpose, or as we call it, GCP, it is a depository for taxes and fees associated with the general fund, and it also contains, again, non-departmental expenses, as I mentioned, like debt service payments. Along with that, we have the retirement office, who provides the system benefits to the highest quality of a delivery service for its members. And then again, lastly, as I mentioned earlier, GCP also holds the appropriations, if you will, for the animal services activities that are required by state law. Next slide is just a quick overview of the org chart. The first two boxes to the left, really, they are the non-positioned held units, general city purpose, citywide resources and appropriations. Again, that's where we're holding the debt service. We're holding the taxes and the fees associated for the city. And then the two boxes to the right, you'll see is the animal control along with retirement office. That encompasses then the department. Just want to point out a couple of the 23 accomplishments. The first one is you'll see as we had made the final debt service payment for the No Neighborhood Left Behind program, close to $3 million. We also had 3 pass-through grant funding from the state to outside organizations in '23. That has been completed. Then you'll see the retirement office. It actually was able to complete critical changes to the financial reporting to then, if you will, sink into our new general fund ledger system, the Tyler Munis system.
I know, the same thing happened to me.
Check, check, check.
Try your podium one more time.
Try one more time.
I think ISD.
How about now? Okay. All right. So along with the accomplishment, a couple more I just want to point out is regarding the animal service, they have received nearly 8,600 animals as of May 1st, 2022. There is a total live release rate projected at 84%, which is an increase of 26% over the current year of 2021. And then lastly, 700 animals have been vaccinated at the first free vaccine clinic. Slide 5 is just a snapshot of, again, general city purposes budget. You'll see if the personnel's, we actually are showing a negative 25.6 million, but really what encompasses that is, again, we've budgeted an attrition rate of 10%, which equates to 32.3 million of vacancy savings. On the non-PERS expenditures, you'll see almost 39.7 million. Biggest piece is, again, scheduled debt service payments. And my next slide, I'm going to show you a further breakdown of the different types of debt services. And then lastly, the interdepartmental charges, while it's at almost 1.9 million, the decline from 23 is, in 23 we actually had a fleet fuel reserve, which accounts for that reduction. Actually, this slide here is our anticipated, our budgeted positions, and really it encompasses the two divisions of the animal control, which is budgeted with 2 positions. These equate to 2 community coordinators that are there to assist with the program's public relation efforts. And then the retirement division, which is at 19, of which it's growing, but it's because in 2018 they received 2 positions at 0.75. They are now fully budgeted at 1.0. The most impactful items for GCP, I'll start off with the contractual obligations. As you can see, it's debt services at 24.6 million. I've outlined it on the right-hand side of the various debt service payments we're making. The largest one is 16.2 million for POB, or pension obligation bonds. I also noted when each of the various debt service are scheduled to sunset. So with the pension obligation, it's sunsetting at 2029. We have various capital facilities and convention center garage, 2.7 scheduled to sunset at 2035. We have 2.4 million for the B building and Granite Park bonds, sunset of 2031. We also have 2.2 million for the City Hall chiller, and that is final payment in fiscal year 24. And then lastly, our animal shelter bond debt service payment of 1.1 million. That sunsets in 2046. And then also I just want to highlight that for the animal control budget, it is at 6,741,400, which also again includes 2 positions that total 183,100. So with that, Council, that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Director. Can you just explain a little bit more about the 32 million in attrition savings, the purpose for that?
So what we did then again is for the general fund, we looked at an attrition rate trend, and based on historical trends, it looked like we're really around a 10% average. So we took a 10% attrition rate and we applied it to the general fund's employee service costs, and that equated to 32.1 million.
Okay. Council, any other questions? Comments? Nope. Thank you, Director. Appreciate your time.
Thank you for your time.
Councilmember Bredefield, do you want to make some motions?
Yes, I do, please. Number one, I'd like to motion approve $695,000 for the construction of pickleball courts at Rotary East and $850,000 for pickleball courts at Vinland in District 4. Thank you. I'd like to make a motion for $100,000 to assist with the updating and improving of ADA parking at Woodward Park. And there is currently a consultant doing an analysis to formulate a plan to update the ADA parking at Woodward Park. This money will help assist in restriping or repaving of these parking spaces. Thank you. $1 million to fund upgrades, including an HVAC system, patio, kitchen remodel for the Armenian Cultural Center located on Ventura. And last one, $50,000 for the Obria Clinic. Thank you.
All right. Up next, we have the Office of the Mayor and City Manager.
Okay. Whoops. What's that? What'd you say? Okay. Okay, I will do the mayor's office, and the city manager will do the city manager's office. And just for Councilmember Esparza, I wanted to cite the vision for the mayor's office and for the city. An inclusive, prosperous, beautiful city where people take pride in their neighborhood and their community. To have a community that listens, a government that listens, keeps its promises, and is owned by the people, just for you.
The mayor stays on message, if nothing else. He does.
All right, so the priorities that we have, housing and homelessness, supporting the development of affordable housing options for all, beautify Fresno, restoring the curb appeal in Fresno, block by block, inclusive economic development, creating an environment here that attracts and promotes businesses, offering career opportunities and economic mobility to residents, and also to have a vibrant downtown. As we know, great cities have great downtowns, and that's increasing our residential population from the current 3,000 to 10,000 people living there. Youth leadership, investing in our youth in a number of ways I'll talk about. Having a We Work For You culture that allows folks to feel that they are truly being served by our folks. I'll skip through the hierarchy, as there's not much to it. In terms of some of the accomplishments of their housing and homelessness, Project Off-Ramp, which we're all familiar with. I won't go into those details, other than to say we did launch 300 homeless being housed in 100 days, and we will have that accomplished by the end of June, thanks to the Clarion being open on Blackstone, as well as the refurbishment of some others. Over the last 2 years, thanks to the council and the administration and the hard work of Phil Sky and a number of others, 1,800 previously homeless people have received shelter and services. And when you consider all of the other partners that we have in the city over the since 2021, just over 4,000 people have been housed in our city. 36% decline in poverty over the last 8 years. We did, as I stated, purchase a Clarion Point. It is now in our possession, being services are getting ready to be provided within the next week, and we should start to see that fill up. In fact, we've already started the relocation from a number of our canals and trails into our new housing. The renovation of the Ambassador Inn, Villa Motel, and Parkway Inn is complete. We have construction of 24 tiny homes underway by Fresno City College students. That was with the $850,000 of ARPA that we had provided to them. We launched the mobile medical clinic in partnership with UCSF. 24 of the 47 One Fresno Housing Strategy recommendations have been activated. And we also received a few weeks ago the Pro Housing designation, only one of 22 cities in the state of California. And I think you know that puts us much more competitive when it comes to applying for housing dollars. When you compare the affordable housing in our city from 21 with the projected ones over the next 2 years, which would be about between 3,200 and 3,300 affordable housing units, that will put us 1,644% above the previous 5 years. We launched the mortgage assistance program, and I will tell you that that has taken off. We have been inundated with people applying for the mortgage assistance program. Parkway Drive, we've in the process of finalizing the development of the master plan to allow for a pedestrian and bridge. And then in terms of Beautify Fresno, we have 17 Beautify Fresno clubs in our schools. We launched the Don't Be a Litterhead campaign, which won 2 American Advertising Awards. And in terms of volunteers, we've conducted 132 cleanups this last year, over 8,100 volunteers, and 113,000 pounds of trash had been removed. 150,000 square feet of graffiti painted over or removed, and then planted over 100 trees. And we've done neighborhood blitzes in 6 of our 7 council districts. Inclusive economic development, thanks to the council, we've set aside $1.5 million to the facade improvement program that is through the Fresno Area Hispanic Foundation. I will tell you that they have received many more applications than we have funding, and we look forward to all of those awards being granted. We had the second strongest post-pandemic recovery, as you know, in the United States, and we had the second fastest wage growth in California in 2022. And then the Office of Community Affairs, which I understand the council is trying to take over. They have been involved in several City of Fresno workforce diversity and community events. And then in October of 22, we hosted a job fair with 272 applications. And as you know, we have another job fair planned that will include all of the Bitwise employees, and that will be on June 16th right here at City Hall. Everyone is welcome to attend. In terms of our downtown, we convened the Accelerated Downtown Stakeholders Meeting. We've had a 115% increase in foot traffic downtown compared to pre-pandemic levels. Stadium improvements, we're well aware of those, the new scoreboards, lights, turfs, paint, and then the ones that are in the proposed budget this year. We have the potential funding of $250 million that is in the governor's May revise. I understand we will know within the week or so whether or not is going to come to fruition, and we're optimistic. We've been working hard to get that for our downtown area. And then also, you know, we have an application in through IIGC for $44 million for additional infrastructure. And we submitted some additional paperwork this week. We will know sometime between June and July as whether we're going to receive those capital infrastructure improvement dollars. Then under youth leadership, well aware of the Youth Job Corps program, we've hired 190 to date, and including wraparound services, which is clothing, transportation, childcare, launched the Ambassador program downtown with the Downtown Partnership. And Camp Fresno, we sent 935 kids, and we have nearly 1,000 of them already registered for this year. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to the city manager.
What he said. No, I'm done. Okay, I'm not going to go into a whole lot of detail. As you can see from the PowerPoint, it's very brief for our office. Really, I'm just focusing on all of the various hats that our office has worn. As you know, in the finance department, we had Assistant City Manager Ruthie Quinto asking in the additional capacity of Controller and Finance Director while we recruited Santino Denisi. Under General City Purpose, we have Deputy City Manager Alma Torres managing the Animal Center and the transition of the Animal Center into a city department, which will be back to you post-budget. In Personnel Services Department, we've had Assistant City Manager TJ Miller acting in the capacity of the Director of Personnel Services and Chief Labor Negotiator. Planning and Development Department, Deputy City Manager Jennifer Reeves has been managing the Cannabis Division while her replacement is trained. That division has always been housed in Planning and Development, but obviously she was the most knowledgeable, and she will be training the replacement who will be managing the ongoing management of those permits. And then in the Transportation Department, as you know, Assistant City Manager Barfield has been in the capacity acting as the director. We do have multiple recruitments going on in various leadership, and all of those leadership positions, including the Assistant City Manager position that Greg will be vacating when he goes over to FACTS full-time. On the money side, both the mayor office and city manager's office are under one budget. As you can see, in the proposed budget, we're proposing a little over $4 million in personnel, $963,000 non-personnel, $819,000 in interdepartmental, for total expenditures of $5.863 million. In positions, the top two lines, the Office of the Mayor and Mayor Support, all of those positions used to be in one line item, but with the transition to Tyler accounting system, the Mayor Support Division had to be broken off into a separate division. It's an accounting thing. It really had nothing to do with us or our requests. So you will see only one position in the Office of the Mayor, which is the mayor, and then the support division with the 9 positions in the city manager's office. We've got 9 positions. Office of Independent Review, 2. The budget division is 0 because, as you will recall, we transitioned them into their own department several months ago. The Office of Emergency Preparedness, which we created in the fiscal 23 budget, we had proposed. We have 3 positions. We actually just hired the manager. She started on Monday. We will be reaching out to your offices to introduce. We have a very, very well-qualified civilian emergency operations manager. I think certainly what the pandemic showed us was that we are a big enough city to be able to have an emergency management function that needs to be operating full-time. And also, while the fire department has done an amazing job, what we have found ourselves is that emergency manager being deployed out of the area during times of an emergency, and which sort of leaves the city of Fresno with secondary resources. So we're very excited to have our new emergency manager on staff, and we are still recruiting for the support positions. We actually, one of those positions is a transfer from the fire department. It's the person who's managing the CERT, and then the second in command to the emergency manager is in recruitment right now. We also have the Office of Special Events as a division in our office, which is 2 positions. One of those positions was a transfer from the Parks Department last year, and then also last year there was 1 additional position. Community Affairs, we are still at 4 positions. So between the 2 offices and all of the various divisions, we are at 30 positions citywide. On the most impactful items, so you will see that our general fund appropriations are decreasing, and as I stated, it's because the budget division spun off into its own department, and those appropriations went with the department. The cannabis equity grant has rolled off in fiscal '24. I believe we were able to get all of those dollars spent, and there are no new dollars right now proposed for '24. So the difference between 23 and 24 is a reduction of a little over $1 million. And then the Animal Center capital, we had about $600,000 in fiscal '23 to complete the construction of the Animal Center. And given that the construction is complete, we did not have that budgeted in fiscal '24. Okay, Mayor, I'll go ahead and touch on this unless you want to come back up here. On community outreach, as you know, we have had a very exciting, I think, and aggressive We Work For You community outreach. We do weekly videos featuring services programs, highlighting our employees throughout the city. And I know we get a lot of positive feedback. I know we've been able to highlight several of the code employees throughout the entire city. So you will see from fleet, from solid waste, from code enforcement, from you name it. We have featured employees, and I know the employees, 66 employees thus far, and we receive a tremendous amount of positive feedback, and also just the thank yous from the community who read those and comment on social media. Obviously, the Office of Community Affairs, which helps to have constituents navigate the City Hall and provide point of contact for members of our community who may not know where to start. Also, they have done a ton of community engagement and have been hosting the Civic Academy, which is a multi-week program that educates our residents on the functions of City Hall, the various departments. So we have departments come in and make presentations and educate residents on what the city does and what their function is. Also, the Community Affairs Division also assisted with gathering stakeholder input, the various surveys that were out on the cultural arts plan. A Civic Academy I mentioned, we've had 25 graduates thus far, and so far 103 participants. Social media outreach awareness, obviously all the time, every single day we are doing posts promoting city services and events. Obviously right now we've got a lot out on the job fair that we're doing on the 16th. And thank you, I know many of you repost those events so we can get get the word out into the community far and wide. So thank you. We also use that to try and recruit people to various boards and commissions in the city. And other focused messaging on all of the different senior and youth services, and any other message that either departments or offices ask us for help for. And I know at times we actually, even the council has requested, I know Council President Maxwell had asked us for his little book program, if we could get that word out far and wide. So with that, that concludes our presentation, and we are here to answer questions.
All right, thank you, City Manager. Up first is Councilmember Karbasi.
Thank you, Council Vice President. There we go. Before it gets crazy, I just want to make a couple of comments, and I don't have anything prepared. Look, when you live in a strong mayor system, there's going to be conflict. It's just natural. That's the way it is. We're the policymaking body. You are the administrator of the city. But I have to say, City Manager, I've worked with 3 city managers. I know we've had a lot of city managers before us. You are incredibly caring, you're very hardworking, and you set a very strong example from the top level down in this city. And I really do appreciate your professionalism. It is not easy. We've had battles, but what I do appreciate is that we have been able to always, I win some, I lose some, we disagree, but we're able to work together, and I think that's how you run a city. So thank you very much for all your hard work.
Thank you.
That's all I have to say.
Councilmember Chavez. Chavez.
Chavez. I don't have any questions, City Manager. I'm going to make a motion. I'm going to make a motion to add $100,000 to council office's operating budget.
I thought you were going to add it to my budget, darn it.
Councilmember Arias.
Make a motion to cut it all. City Manager, I do have a serious question because in my view, you have been the most competent city manager I've worked with in the last 3 terms. But your budget this year suggests that there's a reduction in positions or in appropriations. But what it seems to have been is that you guys created divisions within your departments instead of, and move positions into those divisions, correct?
No, I think what I said was it was the budget division. So last in fiscal '23, budget was a division of the manager's office. And several months ago, we created the budget department and we transferred those positions and the dollars to the budget department.
Yes, but I'm also reading on, now there's a mayor's division of support.
Yeah, and I
Right.
mentioned that.
So how does that work?
So the mayor, there's no change in dollars, there's no change in positions. It was an accounting. The Tyler financial system required the mayor himself to be in a separate spot in the budget financially. So there's one there, and then the others are now in a support division. So there's no new positions,
Yes.
there's no more money. It just was required to have a separate division per the accounting system. Is that correct, Henry? Or finance? Yes.
Yeah, and I did follow that.
Okay.
On paper, though, it looks like a reduction of like 35%.
Which
Because it's in red. Like
are you
page-
talking about the PowerPoint or the budget?
The budget, B5, you have a negative change of 34.6 and 33.1.
Okay, hold on.
But I did follow how there isn't additional positions. There is also not reduction of positions. There's just now a new division within the mayor's office, a new division within the city manager's office. And my other question, city manager and Henry, is is the Tyler system requiring us to do it this way? Or is that an option that we have?
What's he talking
Yes.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Arias, can you repeat your question one more time?
Yeah, so in the mayor's budget, before it would be the mayor and all his staff, right? Now it's the mayor and now a mayor's support division. What you guys have indicated is the Tyler system is effectuating that change. Why isn't that change being effectuated with council offices? Why don't we have Councilmember Chavez's office and then Councilmember Chavez's support divisions?
I understand your question. I don't know the requirement from the Tyler system, why we had to move those positions into the support. But it was something that we had to follow through. I'd have to go back and
Can you, because I'm trying to figure out, like, is
But
Tyler's
the-
system leading us, or are we using Tyler to do what we needed to do?
The end result, though, it's a net wash. I mean, it's just a reclass.
Yeah, it's just a change
So
of,
it's not adding or actually decreasing.
it's a different display, for lack of a better description, right? But when people PRA us, they're gonna say, what is the mayor's office? This system would suggest that the mayor's office is the mayor himself only, when we know that he has a whole support team in the mayor's office.
Yeah, I think it's a good question about why, if it wasn't done on the council side, and I haven't looked at your budget close enough to see. So we'll get back to you on that.
That's my only question. It's,
Okay.
you know, and if we're doing that because Tyler's forcing us, why are we, following Tyler's system instead of having Tyler reflect how we budget on an annual basis? If that makes any sense.
Let us look into that. And we'll
Thank
get back
you.
to
City Manager, do you need any more money? Serious question.
Actually, I think we're okay. You know what I need is I need people. So I think I'm comfortable with the level of finance that I have. I just need to be able to get the people.
Speaking of which, have you filled your assistant city manager position?
No.
No.
We have
You don't want to
attempted
hire
to.
Member Chavez? He's been here 12 years.
Yeah. We actually have engaged a recruiting firm to assist us with that because we just have not had a good candidate pool coming through. And it's very similar, all around. But obviously, we operate, I think, at a very high level and have a lot of responsibility. And we operate at a very fast pace. And we got to, you all keep us on our toes, and that's my expectation of my team, and it's a hard market.
Thank you, City Manager, and I say this sincerely because I don't give a lot of fake compliments, but you have assembled a really good team. From Ruthie, TJ, this is the strongest administrative team that I've seen in my 5 years here. So I trust your professionalism, your competency, except when it comes to charter law. I will refer to our city attorney on what it is.
Oh, I accept that.
But kudos, City Manager. Good job.
Thank you.
Councilmember Karbasi.
I make a motion to add to the city manager's budget $500 a year for bells, because you're going to need them. No, I withdraw my motion.
All right, thank you, City Manager. It looks like that's it. Great job. And thank you, Mayor. Up next, City Council. Does anyone want to punch up first? Councilmember Esparza.
Yeah, so I'll make a motion to for $350,000 the council support budget to continue our legislative intern program, which has been a great success and given many young people an opportunity to learn, and some of them have become full-time. I'll make another motion to add a 1 FTE to the position authorization resolution to each council office. And I'll make an additional motion to add 1 FTE to the council support budget, council support division to the par. And I think that's all of my motions for now. I'll let someone else have a turn then.
Council Vice President, I do have one motion.
Council Vice President, if I may interrupt.
I don't know who is that?
Yeah, Budget Director Henry.
Yes, Henry.
I heard 2 motions that are adding positions.
Yes,
Correct?
I'm amending the par. Total of 8, yes. Is there a question?
What I wanted to clarify.
The mayor's doing that mayor math.
That's confusing.
Sorry, what was the question?
Councilmember Esparza, what I wanted to clarify is, are these new positions you're adding, is it council assistants that you're adding?
So the motion with the 7 would be council assistants, 1 to each council office. And actually, the 8th would be, I'm thinking more of a supervisorial if we do go in the direction of undertaking the OCA. So that would actually be a chief of staff position.
And then again, that is under council support?
Yes, that's a separate motion from the 7. Again, just anticipating taking over the OCA, they would need a supervisor, I think, to manage that program as well as other council functions.
Thank you.
Is that it, Councilmember Esparza?
For now.
For now. All right, Councilmember Arias.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to reappropriate $100,000 in the budget set aside for smoke shops CEQA and $100,000 set aside for card room CEQA. Both of those have been done in-house and are not anticipated to be needed. That $200,000 would be reappropriated for the downtown specific plan, the Tower District specific plan that has a gap of $175,000. That makes sense? So it's cost neutral. We probably have $25,000 left over for some.
It'll come in over budget.
For the mayor's budget.
All right, council, any other motions?
Actually, yes. Back to me. So motion to fund a senior lawn care assistance program for low-income seniors who are unable to maintain their yards and that incur costs related to code citations in the amount of $250,000.
Where would you propose that reside?
Any good ideas?
Lawn care, you said?
Lawn care assistance for senior citizens.
Let's see. Well, could we use some of the, in DPU, some of the funds when people don't? Go ahead, Mayor. Oh, for the, you mean what department does the service? Is that your question?
You know what, we'll put it in the city attorney's office, since the code is the one actually running up the tab on them, citations. So maybe it's a defray cost.
Related to code, so people who are getting citations for tall weeds and grass would then be able to
apply for it if they were to qualify. I think we run into a lot of situations where there are folks who legitimately, not out of negligence, but legitimately don't have the ability. Many of them senior citizens. So obviously, anything we do in this budget to expend it would generally require some kind of legislation or program. So it's a set aside, and council would decide what that policy looked like if we were to move forward.
Very good. Okay, so I have a few motions. The first one is to add a full-time LGBTQ liaison position in the Office of Community Affairs.
Second.
A motion to allocate $100,000 to the EOC LGBTQ Resource Center.
Second.
Motion to allocate $100,000 in the form of a grant program to go towards local LGBTQ nonprofits. And a motion to allocate $25,000 to initiate the formation of an LGBTQ commission. All right, council, any additional motions today?
Wanted to get some clarification. If we were not to provide any more motions today, the next opportunity would be at the beginning of Wednesday's motion voting meeting, correct?
So so just to remind everybody of the process, so after today, we go back and we start adding up the cost of all of these motions, and then we'll come back, I think, within Tuesday or Wednesday to give council, we give you the spreadsheet and it shows what the cost of all the motions are. So, it sometimes takes a couple days depending on what the motion is, to be able to provide a cost for it. So depending on what additional motions, like for instance, if it's a motion like you just said, add $100,000 for an LGBT, that's $100,000. If it's a pave from First to Fresno to blah, 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 then that takes time for us to go out and do the estimate. So if it's an amount specific, then yes, before you voted on it. But if it's something that requires us to go out and get the cost, please, please, please get it to us today or reconvene on Monday, because we have to have the time to tell you how much it costs before you vote, so we can find out how much out of balance we are.
That is fair.
Yeah, no, that's fair. The issue I have, there's a couple of things we've sent in. You've been getting a lot of responses. We're still waiting on those estimates, so.
I understand, and we're working on that.
I can send you a tentative motion list if I start getting responses. I don't know if the council's going to meet on Monday.
So I would be fine with that. So even though it's
not going to be on the list, but
I think that's a good idea, just for purposes of letting us start working, and then we can start working this weekend, and then you can make your formal motion next week when you're reconvened. I think that would give us the opportunity. We won't add them to the list. We'll have like a little kind of off list where we can start costing things out.
Okay.
That would be appreciated.
And if you need help on estimating the cost of Persian rugs, I got you.
Okay, good. You'll be the first person I call.
All right, Councilmember Chavez has a clarification he wants to put on record.
Just point of clarification for our clerk and for our administration. My motion was add $100,000 for each council office operating budget. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Arias.
I have two motions. One motion is to fund $500,000 for the Hinton Center renovations. And my second motion is to fund the capital improvements remaining in the North Point settlement. Fund the remaining capital improvements in the North Point settlement.
All right, folks, that's it. Thank you, everyone, for your time, and we are adjourning at 4:23 p.m.
In the memory of Scotty Martin. Please remember to send in your motions by email if you haven't done so already.